Good evening. It's so great to see such a full chamber. This is a wonderful point to have this much public engagement. So thank you all for being here. It's 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, and this is the regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council. It is now called to order in council chambers here at 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Mayor Jeremy Grimm presiding. Also present are City Council President Deb Rule, Councilor Joe Spiro, Justin Dick, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, and Rick Howarth. Under the city's adopted Code of Ethics and Civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel serving as Sergeant of Arms for this evening's meeting. Tonight, we have Chief Corey Kuhn in the back of the room. Thank you, Chief. We are honored this evening to have our local Girl Scouts with us who would like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. So Girl Scouts, please step forward and we will follow your lead. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Can I say just a quick word about them?
Absolutely.
Girls, stay up there real quick, because the reason why we're here, and it's great to see such an audience here, we're just celebrating the Day of the Girl. And so Sandpoint, thank you for taking a moment for celebrating these Girl Scouts. They were number 3 last year in the nation for selling cookies.
Wow.
That's something that's really, really cool. And as we approach Veterans Day next week, they had over 40,000, I'm talking Eastern Washington, Northern Idaho, 40,000 boxes of cookies donated to our U.S. military, our first responders, as well as our healthcare workers. And yes, the police and fire will get some cookies tonight, and so will you. So, girls, I celebrate you. You're the best Girl Scouts in America. Thank you, Mayor, for giving them a few moments. This is my favorite place to come. It's dark outside and raining, but it is the most beautiful part of our council. Thank you for celebrating these girls. We do have a new cookie flavor coming out next year. It's called Exploramores. It's based on Rocky Road ice cream. But at the end of the day, right after this meeting, we're gonna make 3 of these girls superheroes of our council and also talk about a bronze award they do. So your Girl Scouts are making the world a better place. Mayor, City Council, so are you. God bless you all. God bless Sandpoint. Thank you so much. You guys, good job.
Thank you so much, Girl Scouts. Keep up the great work and keep leading out there. Before we proceed with our regular business agenda, there's a lot of new folks in the audience tonight. If you're new to the City Council meeting, we have an order of business. There are items, new and old business. Obviously, many of you are here tonight to speak in regards to the proposal by Averill Hospitality for potential lease or purchase of the portion of the city beach park. Because of that interest, I intend to bring that up in just a moment, and that will allow you to make your public comment and hear the staff report and get all the information that you need to know what's happening on that item. But before we proceed, we're going to just jump into some quick staff and mayor announcements and council announcements. So we'll be on hopefully that item number 12 in just a minute. So thanks for your patience. I guess moving right on, the first item, though, is Councilman Schreiber has asked for a brief presentation on fire mitigation in Little Sand Creek watershed. So whoever the presenter is on that, if they are here, we'll hear from that briefly, if they are here. Kyle, are you aware? Oh, there she is.
She's right there.
Excellent, thanks. No, please step right up, introduce yourself, and why don't you tell us what's on your mind in regards to fire mitigation in the Little Sand Creek watershed real quickly.
Absolutely, happy to. And while I introduce myself, I can pull up my presentation with some fun photos. First of all, I have to say I'm really, really honored that everybody showed up to hear about some hazardous fuels reduction work. It's great to see the engagement. It is important. No, my name is Ellen Ryerson. I'm a consulting forester with Inland Forest Management. here in Sandpoint, Idaho. We help manage the city of Sandpoint watershed. And I personally, my area of expertise is more surrounding hazardous fuels reduction, so fire hazard mitigation work in our private forest lands and municipal forest lands. Um, so I just wanted to share some kind of updates and some opportunities that the city might want to pursue just in terms of funding. This work is often at cost. And so, it's not a commercial removal. So I'll get into that real briefly. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of present that. And let me get this shared and we'll be on our way.
And Mr. Mayor, while Ellen's getting her presentation up, Eric Bush, City Forester, Project Manager. The city works with Inland Forest Management. We have had a contract with them for management of the Little Sand Creek watershed for 20 or 30 years or more. Myself and Holly Ellis, our Public Works Director, have been talking with Ellen regarding kind of watershed protection in this context. And I'll hop in at various portions of her presentation to talk about some other grant opportunities we hope to go after as well.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. And I know the fire chief and I have discussed fire breaks and other opportunities out there to prevent the migration of out of control forest fire, either up or down the mountain. So it's definitely a topic of interest that could affect our whole community, as we've seen in places like Pacific Palisades and Malibu, and someday here, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been, it's always a important topic, but I think as we have more and more people living in the wildland urban interface and more people out and are recreating and utilizing our forest lands, not only our forest lands, but just, public, private, all different ownerships, it's really important. Would you mind? I'm a forester and I'm not a technologically savvy.
We're
You go to the Zoom app. But yeah, just to kind of get started. Oh, here, I can open up document. I've never seen this screen. You know?
While you're getting ready there, I'm just going to make a couple of comments and just try to keep moving the meeting forward. First, to all those who were elected yesterday, congratulations, Councilman Spiro, Joe, and Josh. Look forward to working with you in the next 2 years while I'm still mayor. And thanks for putting yourself out there and the dedication that you give to the city. The pay is low and the hours are long and the issues are challenging and frustrating and never clear and easy. And to Councilman Howard, thank you so much for your service this last year and a half, and just for putting yourself out there and offering to provide your significant career expertise to the citizens of Sandpoint. We hope that there's an opportunity for you to at least volunteer or participate in the future. So thanks for what you've done.
I can certainly be a citizen in the audience in the future. So
love to have you there. The big thing, I am so just there's no amount of gratitude that I can really express to the voters of Sandpoint. The bond election for the wastewater treatment plant passed yesterday at a 89% margin. Yeah. I believe this may be one of the highest approval bond elections in the history of Idaho. I'm not aware of others that had a higher margin, and it wasn't any individual in this room. This took a real village. It took staff. It took lots of my time, the council times, third parties. It is an enormous validation of the trust that our residents, our voters have put into us. It does authorize $130 million of debt. Starting today, we have already started working on finding grants to match that, to reduce that debt. And I will work tirelessly along with the council to find and hold the federal and state government accountable for supporting their involvement in this project with more than just loans. So again, I cannot thank staff, council, and third parties and the residents and voters of Sandpoint enough for the trust. This is a massive amount of money, and the implications of not getting grants, I mean, our sewer rates could go up 100%. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that that doesn't happen, and it's going to take a lot of work to get some grant funding. But hats off, that should be celebrated. Clean water and healthy environment. So with that, go ahead again. I'm sorry.
No, thank you for jumping around and filling us in. Kind of speaking of trying to minimize our out-of-pocket expense for city taxpayers, right? For important work that needs to be done, but can be at cost rather than a profit. Hazardous fuels reduction is one of those hot button topics that is expensive. Here's some before and after photos of an example fuel break. Essentially what we're talking about here, we're not talking about removing all trees or all vegetation. We're just talking about incorporating some vertical and horizontal fuel separation. And so essentially what the objective of these types of treatments is to keep the overstory there, keep those large trees there, but you're just trying to slow the progress of a fire. We aren't able to stop a fire necessarily with these treatments, but what you're trying to get at is reducing that intensity and the severity of a fire. So less dead trees, lower flame lengths, which helps with ingress egress for firefighters, and theoretically, right, gives our fire suppression personnel a leg up when they're trying to get in there and fight the fire. So, I'm sure some of us who are around remember that 102 fire 2020. Here's an example of in that 102 fire area, an untreated pre-fire stand, untreated post-fire stand. On the left, lots of vegetation. That's called ladder fuels and ground fuel buildup. Ladder fuel is any fuel where a fire can carry from the ground up into the canopy of the forest. Once the fire's up in the canopy, it's a lot harder to stop. With ground personnel, then you're really relying on aerial resources, which are not always available and cannot always fly if it's dark or if it's windy. So here's what happens, if you kind of leave a stand with a lot of those ladder fuels in place. If you remove some of those ladder fuels, as you can see, the fire still burned through, but we have green needles up top and less mortality. Here's an map of our watershed. A lot of us are familiar with it. This is not work that you would do across the entirety of the watershed. It would not be boundary to boundary. You would designate kind of areas that would be the most advantageous and strategic. And paying for it, there are grants out there, and I can have Eric give some information, but at the current stage, we have secured a $50,000 grant from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that needs to be spent by 2027. So that is, we can't have any more updates on them because they are furloughed at the moment, but hopefully they'll get back in the office and can provide us an update on the status of that funding. There's no pen to paper right now, but that has been verbally agreed upon.
Yeah, and kind of following up on that, Idaho Department of Lands manages a number of different grant opportunities, primarily through USDA funding and some other federal sources, Department of Agriculture sources in some context. One grant that the city would be eligible for is called the Western States Fire Managers Wildland Urban Interface Grant. That's a mouthful. It's WUI for short, WUI. That grant, I was talking with some of the IDL folks earlier today. That grant's typically advertised every year, and they're pretty confident that it will be advertised this year for fiscal year 26 as well. Again, with the government shutdown right now, they're not able to get confirmation. But typically that grant, you can apply for and be awarded up to $240,000. And the intention with the $50,000 that U.S. Fish and Wildlife has made available currently, we could make a pretty good improvement in the fuel break nature of protecting our watershed. So it's really worthy of going after. There's not really any strings attached, except there's a one-to-one match of funds in this context. So our grant request might not be $240,000, but if we could get $50,000 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and another $50 or $100,000, we can do a lot of work with $100,000 or $150,000. So our hope is that council's kind of on board with this, and in the council meeting later this month on the 19th, that we could include kind of approval to apply for those grants and approval to accept the funds from U.S. Fish and Wildlife once we're able to talk with employees of the federal government and figure out the details.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. So those grant funds, they can't help with timber harvest or anything in the commercial component over 7 inches, but they can help, like I said, in that understory component. So thinning, pruning, habitat enhancement, and even sometimes some signage, outreach, educational component to it too. So with that being said, any questions?
Boy, any questions for Ellen?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
Quick question. I mean,
Yeah.
in our watershed, you said we would do strategic areas. Do you have a rough estimate of what the cost would be to hit the critical area?
That's a great question, and the cost answer depends on the intensity of the treatment. So I know that's a little bit of a vague answer, but it kind of depends on how much pruning, how much spacing are you looking for? Are we doing hand treatment? So is it steep and we can't run a machine, a masticator in there? Hand work is a little more expensive. And so the cost and the acreage treatment kind of just depends. It's a function of itself, but I estimate the 50,000 can probably treat about 30 acres. And that'll 30 acres, maybe if you design around a road, if you did 100 feet on either side of the road, that can get you pretty far. So,
And how many acres do you think are critical acres in the watershed?
well, it depends on, you have to kind of run an analysis, which I haven't formally done, because fire behavior depends on slope, topography, fuel, right? So we've been talking about the fuel, but there's also other functions like typical wind patterns, start areas. So I don't have that data at this moment, but I think that's the discussion that we wanted to bring to you is, whether to move forward on deciding, right, is how much detail to get to where we're ready to start implementing treatments. And maybe Eric can speak more to that.
And Councilor Howarth, we would be working with Inland Forest Management to designate these areas once we, if and when we have funds available from either or both sources. But our primary intention with this watershed property is protection of the Little Sand Creek Water Treatment Plant. So we would be targeting our intervention on areas that could have a, negative impact on water quality if and when a fire comes through. And we're not going to be able to protect everything, with $150,000 or $200,000. But it's making a dent in what we need to do out there, and targeting the highest priority areas is how we would, identify those locations.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Sounds
you.
exciting. I think you will be hearing from us very shortly. All right. Again, trying to move this agenda pretty efficiently. I've asked staff to provide some brief updates, but before they do, council members, do you have any general announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor,
Go
I
ahead,
do.
Councilwoman Duquette.
We had our sustainability committee meeting. We approved the minutes, and then Christine, who is the chairman, shared her meeting with you. Topics that were discussed were allocating resources and perhaps a budget for greenhouse gas inventory. She shared an update that she spoke with a professor at the University of Idaho to try to get graduate and undergraduate student partnerships to help us do some of the work we want to do. We assigned topics like greenhouse gas inventory, logistics and cost, regional university programs for partnerships, outlets for occasional essays and topics on local sustainability, ideas for engaging the public, find out what other cities have done. All of the members volunteered for those various subjects. And then we talked about reviewing other towns' sustainability plans because we have quite a few of them that are like us in population and topography. And we discussed mostly about our sustainability plan that we're trying to create. At the same time, reviewing the previous sustainability committee meeting minutes because they had started quite a few good projects. So we're going to utilize them as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Duquette. Any other council announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schreiber?
Yeah, thank you. The Urban Forestry Commission met on October 23rd. We nominated Paige Belfry, who's a certified arborist and local business owner. She was selected to represent the Urban Forestry Commission on the Downtown Revitalization Citizen Advisory Committee. We also discussed the top priorities for 2026, and those included updating and improving our tree ordinance, as well as creating a tree planting plan and/or program. That list has not been finalized. We're going to finalize that at our next meeting. But the last item was we discussed a possible Dutch elm disease death here in Sandpoint, and the desire to collect a tissue sample and test to determine whether that destructive disease is present here in Sandpoint. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Schreiber. Any other council announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor, if nobody else had one, I just wanted to thank.
Councilwoman Duquette, you are recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to also thank Perky Hagedon, Betsy Murdoch, Matt Davidson, Julie Perchinsky for helping with planting milkweed. We did 2 10-by-10 plots, and Bill Ament rented a sod cutter because that was pretty crazy grass down there at Mickinick, and an auger, and he provided the plants. We did a 10-by-10 there at Mickinick and then one at Baldfoot, and I put 5 plants in the wall out here.
Did you get permission to do that?
Yes, I did, from the mayor. From the mayor and from,
Thank you for your efforts,
But,
Councilwoman
yeah.
Duquette.
so now we're just waiting for the butterflies.
Yeah, hopefully they survive. Any other council announcements or reports? Excellent. I'll now yield the floor briefly to, I know we have a report from, just a brief update from Public Works Director Holly Ellis and also Director Welker, Jason Welker, Planning Community. And for the public, if you enjoy this evening, this is just an opportunity to hear what's in the pipeline, what's happening with all the departments. It's usually a pretty brief, just high-level overview of what's going on. Hey,
Thank
Holly.
you. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
And congratulations.
Uh,
Amazing work.
The bond echo everything the mayor said. Thanks to the community and everyone to educate the public and get us here. We'll be able to fast track this wastewater project and move forward. We've got a lot of hard work ahead, but we're ready for it. November 17th is a big week here in Sandpoint. We have leaf pickups scheduled. So you'll see street crews out and about this time of year as trees are falling. But the week of November 17th is the holistic citywide leaf pickup. So a reminder to residents, please no branches or grass cuttings, loose leaves only. Avoid parking on the street if you can. Also, the week of November 17th, the Boyer Culvert project should be wrapped up, paved, and reopened.
When?
So the week of November 17th. So, like I said, big week. We are still hoping, we're hanging on to hope that we can get our mill and overlay project on Pine Street. We're looking for good weather, dry weather, 40 degrees and rising. Our window is narrowing, all the concrete work is done. If weather does not allow, we'll push the project to the spring, but we've got a couple more weeks to see if we're able to squeeze that last project in.
Thanks. Excellent, Holly. Council have any questions for Holly? Thanks, Holly. Director Jason Welker, Planning Community Development.
Good evening, Council. I want to celebrate some of the teams in the Planning and Community Development Department tonight. Starting with the planning team, we've got Katie Keeney, who's going to be leaving on her maternity leave with 2 twins here in a couple of weeks. Our assistant planner, Eric Brubaker, our associate planner, and Bill Dean, who's here tonight, our city planner. The reason I want to celebrate this team is because they are a high-functioning team. We recently added the associate planner position, which has allowed Bill to focus on a lot of the important code updates that this council has been asking for a long time following the adoption of our new comprehensive plan last year. Some of the code updates that we've either recently completed or will be bringing to you in the near future are the complete rewrite of our off-street parking ordinance. You'll recall that one. Bill is working and very far along with the complete rewrite of our zoning administration ordinance, the historic preservation ordinance, which you'll be hearing more about in the next month or two, workshopping that with the Historic Commission next Thursday, and the lot coverage and residential multifamily development standards. So the great thing about having a full planning team is that we have this capacity on the team now to work on these important code updates, to bring our code, which is, in some cases 15, 20 years old, up to the standards of our new comprehensive plan. So that's the first team I want to celebrate. The second team I want to celebrate is our Parks and Rec team. Our parks maintenance crews have been doing amazing work, preparing our parks for the winter, getting into the mode where they're going to maintain all of our parking lots and our rights of way for snow plowing throughout the winter. And they also helped out quite a bit with the Travers Picnic Shelter that you saw recently completed at Travers Park. That project was also made possible with support from the Sandpoint Rotary Club, Skyrite Roofing. We have Pete and Jordan here tonight. Thank you guys. They made a huge donation towards the roof on that project, so please thank that local firm when you have the chance, and HMH Engineering, which provided a lot of the engineering services for that project. So that picnic shelter, 864 square feet. The picnic tables will be here in about 2 weeks from the Kalispell Metalworks over in Usk, Washington. Beautiful project, and we're really excited to really open that up in the spring when the baseball season starts and we have our barbecue pit out there, and be a great gathering place for the community. The next team I want to celebrate is Recreation, Ryan Wells and his team at JER. I just want to share some quick updates with you about how that facility and that amenity for the community has turned around in the last few months. So at the end of August, 2 months into Brian's term, we had 100 paying members at the James E. Russell Sports Center. Today, that number has doubled to 218 annual and monthly paying members. And we can add to that 129 individuals who have signed up as guest members, which means they are paying the daily play fees. That's 347 members, up from 100 just 2 months ago. Utilization in the month of September, we saw 431 players check in for play at the Sports Center. In October, that number went up to 941. And in the first 5 days of November, we're at 231 check-ins. That's 46 people on average per day are checking in to play at the James E. Russell Sports Center. For revenues, we saw total revenue in the month of September of $10,208. That increased, that's $340 per day. That increased to $384 per day in October. And in the first 5 days of November, we're averaging $890 per day of revenue at the Sports Center. To achieve full cost recovery, we need to average around $500 per day. So we're actually on track to exceed full cost recovery in the months ahead. Of course, it's the wet, rainy season, so we're going to see far more utilization of more revenues during the winter season. But I really want to commend Ryan Wells and the team that he's built over there. We had a haunted pickleball session on Halloween. All the lights were off. We had all the glowing balls. It was a real party in there. We've had just tons of youth programs going on over there. 2 days a week right now, there's after-school youth tennis programs going on. They're absolutely packed. So kudos to Ryan. The last team I want to celebrate, this is a team I don't think gets nearly enough recognition in Sandpoint, and that is our range masters at our city shooting range up on Baldy Mountain Road. Most people might not know this, but one of the city's recreation facilities is a world-class shooting range just 3 miles from town. We have 27 volunteers who keep that facility open 7 days a week for about 8 months out of the year. They're about to close it for the winter. It closes from November to April. And I want to thank Bill Moody and the 26 other volunteers who keep that place operational. Just this week, we submitted a $35,000 grant with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game to upgrade the noise abatement and insulation at that facility. So we're investing in some of these, little-known recreation facilities in Sandpoint at the same time. So a lot going on. I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director Welker. My first question is, one of the ordinances you did not mention was the short-term rental ordinance. Can you briefly
They'll give
mention?
me a hard time that I had too many updates for you tonight.
Well,
so I'll
that's
cross that one out.
that's an important one that's going to affect
Sure.
every resident of Sandpoint.
Correct. On November 18th, 2 weeks from last night, we're bringing an update to our STR ordinance to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I guess I'll read behind my cross out here. This is a pretty substantial overhaul of our regulations to bring them into compliance with state law. You may be aware, but there have been several lawsuits against resort cities in Idaho in the last year, actually. We are desperately trying to avoid a lawsuit in Sandpoint by updating our STR ordinance. We also encourage all council members to keep a close eye on Boise this winter. We believe there's going to be a really strong effort among some legislators down in Boise to basically strip cities of all rights to regulate short-term rentals whatsoever. That's an awareness thing we really need to become aware of. I don't believe it's a very popular effort, but it's happening nonetheless. And if that effort succeeds, within a year or two, we may lose the right to regulate short-term rentals whatsoever in the city of Sandpoint. Why do we regulate STRs here? We collect short-term rental lodging taxes on STRs. That's one reason we need to know who operates short-term rentals, and to protect neighborhood integrity and character. That is why we regulate STRs in town. I don't think many people here want to see thousands of short-term rentals operated in Sandpoint. It really does impact the neighborhood character. So keep an eye on what's going on down in Boise. We'll be providing you updates. In the short term, planning staff is rewriting that ordinance to basically bring it into compliance with current state law.
Yeah, and just to add some color to that, thank you, Director Welker, and for the public and council, our current short-term rental ordinance restricts the number of short-term rentals in our residential zone to 35 unless you are owner occupied. With these lawsuits across the state, and there are folks looking like they're teeing one up against us, we are going to remove that restriction. And it's not out of a desire, it's out of a practicality of litigation and cost. So this ordinance coming forward will likely deregulate the number of short-term rentals in Sandpoint, making them available to any speculator or investor who wants to buy a house and convert it from a place that a community member lives to a place where a visitor will come visit. So I'm sad that we've reached this point, but that's sort of the nitty-gritty of what's coming down the pike here. Any other questions for Director Welker?
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rucker. Okay, moving right along, I guess now I'd like to just switch some things up. Council, would anyone object to us moving to item number 12? I believe that's what most folks are here. Any objection out there? Excellent.
Do we need to pass the consent first?
You know, I was going to move right to 12, but at your pleasure, Madam President.
Consent. Let's do consent real quick.
Like to do consensus to do consent first? Okay, let's move to the consent calendar. Thanks for following along. For the record, the total amount of bills for approval is $1,475,235.61, reflecting $725,461.13 for regular payables and $749,774.48 for payroll. Council, do you have any questions, or are there any items on the consent calendar that you would like to have removed?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Howard,
I'd like to remove number 6, just for a quick comment when we get to old business.
Okay. Anything else, council members? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended with number 6 moving to the end of old business.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vic, second by Rule, I believe. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
Yes.
Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Howard?
Yes.
Counselor Duquette?
Yes.
Counselor Dick?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. All right, now moving on to item number 12. And for the public, typically we just do public comment in one block. I'm going to change that up tonight. We're going to first hear, so you can get all the information on this item. I know it kind of comes out and fits and starts. I've received tons of comments. I appreciate those. I know the council has and does as well. I'm going to just do with a brief staff update, sort of where we're at. Maybe some questions from the council, then turn it over to public comment on this item for the public to speak about, and then return to council to make a decision. If council doesn't object to that process, that's how we will go. As we do typically, if you're not familiar, I just need to read a statement, so please bear with me. Public comment time provides the opportunity for members of the public in attendance to address the mayor and council regarding items on the agenda, on various items. The big thing here is, we have a decorum policy. It's posted in the hallway. The rules basically summarize, say, please be pleasant, please be respectful. Don't make derogatory comments or statements about others, including city staff. Don't be disorderly or disruptive. No calling out, no clapping or holding up signs. This is a time for public comment only, not questions or debate. You're welcome to contact any of us during regular business hours. And this public comment, when I open it in a few minutes, will be just for item 12. We will then open up a broader public comment item later in the meeting. So with that, I just want to have an initial statement, and then I'll just preside. I was in contact with Mr. Averill in the last 48 hours, Dan Averill, and I want to update you on some of that. First and foremost, though, I want to emphasize the public. The public put immense trust in this city council yesterday, and I would just, in the form of allowing us to potentially go into debt, $130 million. I really hope we've changed the tone about trust in Sandpoint, and I would just ask you to trust the council at this early stage on this item. I've read all the emails. I understand very clearly and support the very special character of Sandpoint City Beach. It is a crown jewel. I would never support selling 1 square inch of that property. But I want to also make us all realize we are under a very extreme fiscal situation. The RV park was very intriguing to me because it provides revenue. We have very limited revenue streams. Every year we go backwards. We get property taxes that don't cover our increase in cost of business. And as a result, things like the RV park mean new revenue. I'm not a big fan of competing with private business and running businesses in the city like an RV park, but it's there. We got this grant. It seemed like a great opportunity to enhance the revenue from that, which basically, $130,000, $140,000 a year is a lot of money for the city. Having said that, Mr. Averill expressed to me their interest in looking at alternatives. They have submitted one sort of 110% of revenue proposal of what we expect to get from the RV park. I told him I wasn't interested in selling that property at all. He threw out a number that was significantly higher, closer to maybe $250,000 a year for leasing that space. In addition, he suggested they would do about $1 million of improvements to repave, put in bathrooms, put in storage for paddle boards, and completely open to the public. And that would be for boat trailer parking, which would potentially free up the kind of congestion we get in the main parking lot. Now, this is early on. They've come to us with a half-baked proposal. We're in a situation where we have this grant. We are moving forward with the design and engineering of an updated RV park. But in the need for fiscal sustainability, a lot of people wrote in and said, we want to maintain character and preserve the character and all of that about Sandpoint. The sad reality is that takes money, and we have less of it every year. And I think we need to at least always open our eyes and at least consider other options or revenue generating opportunities. And having said that, I'm just about done. What's before us tonight isn't a formal proposal. I expect the council to come to a decision on, do they want to entertain and at least see what a real proposal lease might look like, review that in the public at a future meeting, and determine then whether it's something that's worthwhile, or is there absolutely no interest and we're going to just build an RV park and damn with everything else. With that, I'd like to ask Director Welker to stand for some questions or comments from the council, clarification, and then we'll go into public comment. It's so nice to see so many friends that I haven't seen in a long time here. Thank you again for coming out.
Council, I don't have a presentation for you. I had a very detailed staff report, I think 7 pages, and then I At Councilwoman Duquette's request, I put together a timeline going back to 1922 with some history on this property, long history on this property. So I'm trusting that all of you had a chance to study that timeline and that staff report, and hopefully many members of the public did as well. So if you have any questions, I can answer them for you.
Any questions for Director Welker?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
Jason, can you just clarify the covenant agreement with Burlington Northern Railroad? Explicitly, I think as I was reading, it said it had to be, and correct I may not get the language right, but it had to be used for parks or park utilization. Can you just maybe clarify what that means?
Zach might be better suited to that.
Okay. Okay.
So, when the property was originally transferred in 1922, there was a covenant that the property needed to remain, for park purposes. It's a little convoluted, but somehow the property transferred to the Cox family and then back to the city. And during the transfer, when it was, can everybody hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Okay. So when it was transferred back to the city in 21 or 22, that covenant was reinstated so that there was no question on whether or not it still existed. That would have been an interesting legal question, but it was good work to make sure that that's reinstated. So the question of whether or not it's for park purposes it really boils down to the plain language. There's certainly nothing explained in the covenants that what that means. If you read through Mr. Welker's the staff report, there's a lot of letters between attorneys, and they kind of haggle over what park purposes means. They use dictionary definitions, but really it's the plain language. And if you need to know what that is, it's just right there in the dictionary.
Yeah.
Park purposes. I think that's the argument we'd be making in court if it came to it. And so that's kind of the simple explanation.
Thank you very much.
Just adding on to that briefly, there was a waiver of conditions agreed upon by the railway in 1965 that accompanied the development of the RV park originally. So that was not in the staff report, but in the timeline. There was a slide that kind of presented the language that I found in the record around the city seeking clarification that an RV park fulfilled the intent of park purposes. And the railroad confirmed at that time that yes, operating this location as an RV park, despite it being a commercial operation, does fulfill a park purpose. So that's how the ground was laid for an RV park to be implemented on that lot.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, just to expand on that briefly too, obviously we can't do this tonight, but there is a third party, the railroad, that we could get their input on it too. And if we got that could certainly provide a lot of clarification.
Yeah, and Zach, without putting you on the spot, you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable. I would presume that a boat parking, trailer parking, bathroom, longboard, paddleboard storage adjacent to the park would be a park use, wouldn't you? Open to the public.
I think we could make a pretty good argument that it is. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that's a big barrier as long as it's maintained for park-like use. But any other questions at this time for Director Welker?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead,
Hey,
Councilman Dick.
Jason, maybe you can help us. I think a lot of what started the public angst here was we got this letter from, I think, Dan and Ben, October 15th. We were actually up here at a council meeting. I remember getting it and just being shocked while we were up here. The following day, we got forwarded a letter with a far different tone that I believe was received by the city in September 16th. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what was going on between the time the city staff received the first letter where the Avrils were asking to be a stakeholder in terms of how the RV park was designed to the second letter, and why was that not brought to council's attention in the time between?
I don't believe the first letter was addressed to council. Was it?
I don't believe it was. I would have sent it on to council. So we get letters every day from developers talking about collaboration and work together. So that's typically an administrative discussion that happens dozens of times a week.
But I can tell you that the correspondence between staff and the Avrils in late September was any requests need to go to council. So that's why later a letter was written to council.
Okay.
So staff is in no position to negotiate over public assets. That's council's job. So we were responding at that time saying, look, you need to prepare something to present to city council. this is not something we can negotiate.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilman Dick, I think there has been a lot of, I don't think it's intentional misunderstanding, but a lot of the comments that I received said that the city has done things in support of this application. I just want to clarify first, there are many communities that would, really do a lot of incentives for an investment like this. I recognize that, and I'm passionate that we're not a community that just gives things away. We are a great community that has so many assets, and we don't need to give them away. But in this sense, there was a variance that allowed the setback to be a little greater, and that actually improved the view shed down Bridge Street. So nothing that, I mean, they could have built more building if they hadn't gotten that. They utilized the parking provisions of code that any private property owner could use. And they paid the in lieu fee as a special, assessment like anyone else could do. So we haven't, and I don't think I'm biased in this, we haven't done anything exceptional or extraordinary for this developer. So I just wanted to clarify that. There is a lot of misunderstanding, I think, from some of the public communications that we've bent over backwards or given things away, at least not in the last 2 years. Anyways, I do want to give the Averils are here with representatives. I think it'd be appropriate to, if they would like to speak briefly before we take some public comment and then bring it back to the council. Is that okay, Ben and Mr. Averill?
Can you share Zoom link with them? I think you guys should. But can you?
Mr.
can you
Mayor.
share Zoom link?
Go ahead, Councilwoman DeKalb.
This is not a discussion right now, correct?
Well, we are about to have a discussion. You can discuss, but I would encourage you to get all the information, then hear from the public, and then we can really discuss.
That's what I was hoping we were doing.
Yeah, but
okay.
if you would like to fill the void. in the
I
next
just
moment.
don't want to start a discussion until we hear the public.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
More of a fact-finding clarification at this point, I would call it, as part of our big family discussion we're about to have. Sure.
We can be the hecklers to the mayor.
Oh, in the future? It's a little different being down there.
I'm not a social media guy. Don't like it, and so I didn't do it.
Melissa is at an all-time high, 49 viewers on YouTube. Nicely done, Ben. Good evening.
Right. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing us a chance to present to you. My name is Ben.
Jason, is it on?
All right, is that better? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Ben McGran. I am a representative of Averill Hospitality. I am the owner's rep project manager, and here with me today is Brian.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to hear us tonight. We prepared a little presentation for you guys. I thought it would be beneficial for everyone here and the council as well. Just a little bit about Averill Hospitality for anyone who doesn't know us or me. Averill Hospitality is a very small family-owned hospitality company. We're located in Whitefish, Montana. It's made up of myself, Brian Averill, and my brother, Sean Averill, and Dan and Lori. We started the company in 1945 and been in the hospitality business for 3 generations. It's an industry we love. We're in only a handful of communities. We select these communities for we have some personal connection, personal pride in where we go. And our decision making is based on a long-term vision of being a part of those communities, which is why we're only in a very small handful of communities. I think the letters that have been received by council have created some concern to the community, to council. I'd like to address them. I'd like to apologize as I think there was a misunderstanding and a misrepresentation of really the intent behind those letters and what our goals were. It was our understanding that the first letter in September was going to go to the council. The second letter might not have been the best way to say what our true intent was. So for that, I apologize. And in addition, I think it stirred up community sentiment that is not founded for what our true goals are. And I'm hoping to clarify that tonight in our presentation and tell you a little bit about what our thoughts and vision is and see where we can be kind of a steward in the community as we're to be here for a long period of time. So our intent is to help create a city park that fulfills the needs of the community. That's our one and only intent. This has nothing to do with the hotel next to it. Will benefit from a better park, but our goal is to help fulfill the needs of the community for the park down at City Beach. We've heard a number of things. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is the common elements that I continue to hear over and over in the community about what the needs are at the park. How do you enhance the waterfront access at the park? I think we would all agree that's very, very important. How do you expand the parking for the recreational users down there? Car parking, truck and trailer parking for boats. How do you improve the traffic and circulation, whether that's by foot, by bike, by car? And how do you add to the amenities that are needed at the park? The one that I hear most often is public restrooms. The park needs public restrooms, and it probably needs other infrastructure needs down there. But those are the needs that I hear over and over and over. So why does the city want an RV park? I think Mayor Graham stated earlier, it's a revenue generator in the tune of around $100,000. Makes total sense. I fully understand it. As we know, the city has studied the park a number of different times over the different years. Those studies all have a little bit different components to them, pluses and minuses, I'm sure, on either way, but they don't include an RV park down there. I think that's a common thread. What in our minds is going on is it looks like additional parking is needed at City Beach. That the RV park revenue is needed by the city. Infrastructure is needed for restrooms and other capital improvements, and capital dollars don't exist in the city. And so it seems like there's this cycle and a circle that is existing, and it's based on funding, and that is preventing some of the needs that I addressed earlier and that I'm hearing from the community. And I'm sure there's more, but we are trying to say, how can we help? Can we help replace some of that lost income if the RV park isn't there? Which, if that was the case, it would clear the way for more parking at City Beach for the community. Can we help build public restrooms for the park that would help the community have public restrooms down there? How can we help? That's our goal. And I think and it centers around the RV park, although it feels like the RV park is in conflict with what the community is saying they're needing, which is parking, traffic flow, infrastructure. So that's where we come in. We're trying to provide and fill that gap. I know that it's perceived that the hotel is underparked. The reality of it is that we have enough parking at the hotel to fulfill our needs. We talked to a number of community members, and we made commitments earlier on that we would find overflow parking elsewhere in the city, just as an abundance of caution. And we've fulfilled that. We have a letter of intent to have additional parking in the downtown core if we so need it. It's a good backup option, but nevertheless, this is not about parking for the hotel. This is definitely not about a private entity taking over city property or trying to privatize City Beach. City Beach is a crown jewel. We all know that. It's why we invested there. We want to stay and we want to enhance it. Just thinking about changing. Okay, so partnering with the city, support the implementation of a long-term community vision. In our minds, what we're hearing again is additional parking, boat trailer parking, car parking, improved pedestrian bicycle circulation, providing restrooms and other capital improvement needs there, and preserving the public waterfront access. That's what we're trying to partner with the city on. And how do we do that? We don't know what that form takes. We've made a couple different offers and proposals. We're open to other structures. We really don't know. But that was the intent behind what we were going. And here we are today to express it again. So our request, and we were struggling with what the request really is, because it's slightly unorthodox as a family to come in and say, how can we support the city to create infrastructure in a public facility? And we're not really asking for something. That's why I think our message gets confused, because they're saying, what are you getting out of it? Well, we're getting a relationship with the community. We're getting a better crown jewel that we're right next door to. That's our motivation, and it's really that simple. So our request is the council enter into a public-private partnership for the benefit of the community. And so we're really doing this to benefit the community. And our thought is that that partnership would include expanding the parking, building public restrooms, creating a mutual beneficial entrance to the park, and identifying additional needs. We don't need to buy the land. We don't want to buy the land. We don't need to lease the land. We really don't want to lease the land. We want to have something that makes that park better. If that is us leasing the land, that's okay. But that's not our goal. We're not sitting here and say we need this to do that. That's really not what it is. Happy to answer any questions and Sorry for my gargly voice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councilman Spiro, do you have a question?
Quick question. Thank you for the presentation and for being here tonight. I just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding. I'm trying to take as many notes as I can. I don't believe we were given this presentation, right? Okay.
No.
So I was trying to take as many notes as I could. But if I hear you correctly, it's you don't want you don't want anything in return. You just want to help the community. I have no doubt that you actually do care about the community and want even if you didn't, that's private property that you own and that's no problem.
Yep.
But my question is, in the letter, it did talk about that an RV park would be incompatible with what you want to do with the four-star waterfront resort. Is that still true? If we just reject it tonight and say, since you don't need anything, you just want to help the community, we say, hey, thank you for offering. We don't need your help. We like the RV park, but thanks for offering. It's very kind of you. You can move forward with your project.
Yep. It's a good question. We don't 100% know the answer to that. They work in conflict to some degree, yes. Will that limit the ability to create a resort? I mean, I guess I'd pose it back to think about your favorite resort, and is there an RV park right next to your favorite resort? The answer is probably no. Although we were looking at it more that the community really needs more parking versus an RV park is our thought. But is the resort not going to happen because of the RV park? I don't know the answer to that. It definitely it's not the best thing for the resort, no. So I'm not sure how that ends.
So I appreciate that. You would say that. So I guess I would say, like, a lot of people are here tonight, and I just want to make sure that they feel like they're being represented. I mean, that's why we're up here, and that they don't feel like they're being taken advantage of it. And I think that's why many are here today. So I just want to be clear on that. It's not. I don't think they want to hear it's just a nice person that wants to do what's best for the city. I think we all want honesty here. And I'm not saying you're being dishonest by any means, but we just want, hey, this RV park's probably not going to be best for our project. So this is why we're asking for that. It's not just that we want to be nice people and do nice things. This is going to work for both of us.
Right.
We need to be clear on that.
If I didn't make that clear, yes, we will benefit from that based on having a beautification of City Beach. Absolutely. If we didn't own the hotel that's down there now, we wouldn't be here saying, how can we help create a better City Beach? But I guess more than that is that we are invested there. We're neighbors. We would like the City Beach. And I said early on when we were seeking the original entitlements and we were buying it, we would contribute to help the city achieve their master plan down there. So that's always been our intent, because the master plan, in whatever form it takes, benefits the community, it benefits the hotel, it benefits everyone around. And so, yes, that is our motivation. Will the hotel not go because of it? I don't know. If the hotel has to have a certain demographic of people to support it, which isn't a big deal one way or the other. But if that experience is diminished, then the hotel won't financially work too. So, there's.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate your apology because I think many in the community took the letter as like a threat or manipulation. So I do appreciate you guys coming here today in person and at least communicating that to us.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howard?
Yeah, so I think you were a little kind there, Counselor. Let me get right to why all these people are here and why they're mad. Your letter was very clear. You said if we don't cave to your demands, your project is not going to be done. You come tonight with a different tone, so help all of us reconcile what is the true intentions of Averill.
Well, thanks. the letter, my name's Brian Averill. Unfortunately, I stand behind my father and his letter too as well. I don't think that letter is a true representation of what our intent is. Our first letter in September asked to be involved in the design, in the creation of what's best for the community down there and how the RV park would be. That is our intention. And we also wanted to speak with the city. We're used to a very collaborative relationship back and forth. What is the needs of the city? What is the needs of the community? How can we work together to support it? It's being misunderstood that this is solely in a benefit of us. The hotel itself is a benefit to the community as an economic driver. I mean, when we sat here 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and the hotel was entitled, there was 100% unanimous support for it. And why was that? It was for the community needs an economic driver. The community needs a place for people to stay and experience Sandpoint who turn into residences of Sandpoint. The community needs a meeting space that can host meetings and events. The community wants these public events on the lawn and next to the beach. The hotel and resort can support all that stuff. And so, in the economic driver of a hotel, there's this ratio that I spoke heavily about, that every dollar spent in a hotel room night, there's a multiplier effect, and it's a massive multiplier effect in the community. So all the downtown restaurants and merchants and everyone benefits from having an economic driver. And so, yes, that is us and what we'll create, but it's a benefit to everyone. I hope I'm answering the question for
Mayor.
you.
Yes, go. I'm done. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Mayor?
Council President Rule?
I guess I'm not going to be gentle. I'm going to be direct. I have German and Russian roots. And I'm frustrated. So I've experienced two threats from Advil. First, it was when we changed the impact fees and you guys were going to walk away from Sandpoint. And then again with the letter, if we don't get rid of the RV park, you're going to walk away from Sandpoint. I really wish that you could see the public out here as you look at us to speak. They are not happy with you, and who I represent is them. So I will vote with them because they are telling me with their facial expressions and their eyes how they feel. So unless you can tell us one way or the other, instead of this sort of maneuvering, that's not the Sandpoint community. That's not how they roll. They want a straight answer. You're either staying with us and going to build community and you let us do it our way because Sandpoint is full of a bunch of independent people, or you walk away. And I think you can hear the reaction to some of the people in the crowd behind you. I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful to you. I'm trying to make you realize what this community is about and where you kind of stepped the wrong direction. They follow that, they know that, they fill a room and show up. They're passionate. That's not going to change. So you need to know that.
Yeah, Councilor Deb, thank you for that. I appreciate the directness.
I feel like I'm listening to a teenager and I want a straight answer.
Well, if I can answer it in this way, I started with that we invested in Sandpoint for the long term. Our vision is a long-term approach, which is driving our motivations to invest in a city park that is not ours. I run a hospitality company with lots and lots of employees that rely on me every single day. And so I try my best to be very direct and very honest and very upfront with everyone. I don't 100% know if the hotel can survive if there is a trailer park next door to it.
I'm going to interrupt you one time.
At the same time, I don't know if it won't either. I'm not making a decision of that one way or the other.
I'm going to say two words to you. There's a place called Disney World that seems to make it all work. They have five-star hotels and RV parks, all in the same spot.
That's why I'm saying that our request, original request, was to participate with the city on how that design would work. And so because of that, that's why I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm not saying I can do it. I'm saying we wanted to be at the table to help create this. And not only that, but we were at the table to say, let us help invest in it where the city has some needs there. So I hope I'm being very honest and direct with what our approach was. The letters didn't necessarily represent it, but we also didn't get the time and the space to have the back and forth dialogue that I think would be needed in a situation like this. It's played out into write a letter, come in front of council to do this. Usually I'm familiar with a very collaborative working relationship with the city who makes these things participate you back and forth and say, what are the needs and what's everyone willing to have? Which I get it, puts us in a bad spot, which is why I started my presentation with, I'm sorry that we've put ourselves in this position, but we truly are here for the benefit of the community. And I think what we'll do in our long-term approach will benefit the community in the end.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sure. Do you have
Please.
questions for?
I do, because this wasn't a discussion you told me, and I will try to calm down. My blood pressure is pretty high right now. I'm having to agree with her. I didn't hear an I'm sorry for the attitude. I just have to get some things out here. You did not come with a collaborative feeling. I believe trust has been lost. You have said things like personal connection. We haven't seen it. Personal pride. We haven't seen that you've accepted our pride of our crown jewel, of our beach. Who have you been hearing from? You keep saying you've been hearing from. I've been hearing from the community ever since this started, ever since you first put your idea down there. I understand people came and they were happy with this hotel. I'm just wondering who you're hearing from. I'm hearing from the community. I'm not hearing anything like what you're saying. You flip-flopped. I don't know that we need enhancement. We have a better crown jewel right now, and there's no denying it. You can't make it better, in our opinion, with money. I feel like you're trying to buy us. I have so many comments I copied abstracts from what our public has said today. One thing I will just share, I know this isn't discussion, but it appears that it is. Any loss of business to our economy, this wasn't me, this was one of my community members who elected me, from Averil's withdrawal, should they truly follow through, is less important than the loss of quality of life and our lake and that City Beach affords us. You have absolutely no idea what that beach means to the people here. You can't possibly. You haven't been here, you haven't felt it, you've never watched the sunrise there probably either. I'm just saying,
Yep.
sorry.
So, I mean,
Yes, I
let's,
know it
let's
wasn't
just
a
bring it
discussion.
back to,
Can I go- Okay, I
you have
will, for the
questions?
RV park.
do you have questions?
I do have a question. Have you heard of urban camping? Urban camping? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay, I was just shown what it was today. Our RV park does that. It will do that with the $950,000. I was against the RV park, to be honest. However, now I have changed my mind, and that's what I get to do. I have heard that the real magic happens, this is about urban camping, at designated amenity-rich urban campgrounds, which we would have, places where you can wake up by the water, walk to a cafe, fall asleep under the stars, all in the same day. This is camping redefined. Family-friendly, cost-effective, full amenities, and close to all town activities. I believe that's what I have heard from my community. It was a question, it started.
Well, I just want to reframe that. This is an opportunity for us we don't have a fully baked proposal, and to hear about the details of a proposal from the Averils who have and are investing significantly in our community. And I think we want to hear any details and answer any questions for you to be able to make a decision on whether you want to further at least exploration of a public space, enhancement of a public space with revenue that would be equivalent or greater than an RV park. It's a pretty, I'm kind of agnostic to the use as long as it's public, and I'm selfishly looking at revenue because that's what we need to run our park system. Any other questions for the Averils?
I think I might just say, Pam, that if I misheard or if there's other needs of the park, I thought I said, or if I didn't, that's not an exhaustive list clearly. And anything that is needed on there, we're open to. We were trying to just help. We were simply just trying to help. And we thought those were some of the needs.
I guess that didn't come across well.
I mean, community, to be fair, we've talked about this, but.
Any other questions at this time for the Averils?
I never did get an answer to who you have been hearing from, because you said that many times.
Yeah, just a variety of different people in the community. Just a variety of different people in the community. We've been here for 3+ years, and I've fortunately had the opportunity to see many sunrises at City
Lucky
Beach.
for you, then you have to know what we're going through.
Questions, Councilman Schreiber at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we were recently discussing impact fees, we were told that your project might not pencil out if you had to pay those higher impact fees. And so now I'm really struggling with the idea that suddenly you have the money to pay those impact fees as well as all of these other amenities, as well as a yearly payment that's going to offset the income that we would be making from an RV park. Can you explain that?
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So there's a separation of the capital stack. There's the hotel build, which has a separate capital stack requirement and financing than anything outside of that. So this would fall outside of the hotel operations and capital stack. So revenue generation, lease payments are based off of operating and not the capital. So the capital portion of the project that would include the impact fees is related to the hotel. The expansion or improvement of the City Beach area is a separate funding source that doesn't relate to the hotel. Does that help clarify that?
That makes sense to me, but probably not everyone.
Yeah. So I think that, to just add on is, I think our ask is simple in the fact that we're just asking for the city to continue with the plans that they've already adopted. And those plans that have been adopted don't include an RV park. The city's plans originally that we built our pro forma off of didn't include the increased impact fees. So again, it's like, how do we just keep to the original agreements that were in place when this project was started?
And what happens if we get to a point where your project doesn't pencil anymore and we've already committed to your demands, essentially?
I don't
So
think we have an
just to
answer for that.
clarify, if the council were to forego the RV grant and we were to enter into maybe a lease with a payment and then something happens.
Yeah, or any sort of agreement that we're not going to proceed with that RV park, and then it turns out the economy changes, or for whatever reason, you decide not to build the hotel. We're out $1 million, we're out the RV park revenue, and you have a hole in the ground with a for sale sign on it.
That's a great concern. I would think if there is a lease in place, you have to honor those leases, right? It feels that way to me. If we're going to enter into a lease, you would honor it. At the same time, I think the RV park probably doesn't transpire any change in that location until sometime at an appropriate time during the cycle of that resort being built, would be my take. So if I was in city shoes, I would say, well, that's great. Once the building starts going up, at some point, there's an appropriate time you'd make those changes.
Typically, we require developers to put in infrastructure ahead of time to ensure that it actually does happen in case they run out of capital mid-project.
Makes sense.
And so if your capital stack wasn't enough to cover these increased impact fees, how is that going to pay for the improvements that you're promising right now ahead of time?
They're going to have to. We're going to enter into agreement. They're going to have to cover those things. So, which means that it's just not, it's not as good on our side is what that's saying. And why would we do that? And you're saying, well, again, I'm trying to show you our motivation. What's our motivation? Is we're here for the long haul. We're making an investment in the community that we want to be a part of. That's what it is.
Yeah, and Councilman Schreiber, I would imagine if the council wanted to explore this further, that's a really great point that you bring up, that what are the safeguards? What happens if we go this direction, forego the RV grant, and then this falls apart? So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's a really, really good question that we would, if you decide tonight to continue to explore this, we would need to nail that one down.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead,
All
Councilman
right,
Dick.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the other counselors as well. I think when I received the letter, I saw it up here, the second letter, and I went through kind of my emotional freak out from the 15th and the 16th, and on the 16th, 17th, I started working on planning and making phone calls and trying to figure out, is there a possible win-win-win situation for the community, for the city, and for you guys as well with this piece of property? Maybe I could ask you a couple of questions. I was going to save this for our deliberations, but in terms of what you guys might be willing to do down there, if we were to enter into some sort of a lease agreement for any amount of that property, would you be willing to move the trucks and the boat trailers, which are currently occupying about 70 parking stalls at City Beach? Would you be willing to put those over into the RV lot for the community? Is that something that you guys would take a look at?
Yes.
And that's with you guys paying somewhere your fair share of the revenue that the RV park would have kicked off after being renovated, somewhere between $135,000 to $140,000.
Correct.
Okay. How about building a public restroom space, right? I was in the space at Trinity from 2009 to 2024. We were the public restroom for the entire City Beach for the most part. I spent a lot of money fixing that place over and over. And I think it was actually envisioned in the downtown water, the waterfront competition as well, that kind of in the southeast corner of you guys' space, there was, I believe, what we called the Lions Cultural Center, maybe a public restroom there or on the RV park. Is that something that you guys would be willing to build and maintain?
Yes. Yeah.
I heard about the dry lockers as well. Do you guys envision those? So just run me through what a dry locker is. Hold stand-up paddle boards, flotation, anything for our beach goer, similar to like a ski locker, except down at City Beach?
Right. Yeah. We think that there's opportunities that people who want to come down to City Beach and not lug a kayak or a paddleboard down there and keep it stored. There's opportunities for some sort of secured storage that will allow the public to house their water sport gear there. We also think that there's opportunities for people who want to store boats, right? I think that this is part of that conversation with like the Parks and Rec Committee. Is there a need for boat storage down there, that there's some sort of racking system that allows people to have more boat storage down there versus just being in the marina?
So that was kind of that's where I went to the following day and started looking up stackable boat storage, right? Is there an opportunity for kind of a lopsided public-private partnership where the community benefits the most, the city generates revenue that we would have got off the RV park? There's also some revenue sharing or some sort of design that we could get it from the stackable boat storage. and have that as an amenity that we could offer to our current Windbag Marina users and less spots. So those are all on the table.
Those are all on the table. We think that there's a broader use for that space other than 21 RV parking spots. They can serve a broader range of community members and visitors. So that's what our hope is that the city council would allow us to work with the city council, staff, the Parks and Rec Committee on developing what a broader solution could be.
How about like dark sky compliant lighting? We know right now the lighting is, I guess over the course of the last couple of years has now become a safety issue after 7 or 8 o'clock or whenever the sun goes down. And so is that something that you guys would contribute to in addition to the leasing of the RV park? Or I guess better, maybe better, would there be an opportunity to take funds from somewhere maybe above and beyond a lease of some portion of the RV park to put into park CIP or a trust or foundation that would be geared specifically towards City Beach?
Yeah. So one of the aspects that I really enjoy about Alvarado Hospitality and the communities that they're in is that they have a 1% donation on all their bills. So you go to the hotel, you pay your rate for your hotel room, you pay the occupancy tax for the city, which is projected to generate almost $1 million per year at full occupancy for the city of Sandpoint. And then there's a 1% donation that's added on top of that. And that 1% donation goes into a fund that then goes out to the public for a donation for different community organizations that can be supported through the resort. So something like this, there's a portion of those proceeds that ideally could go into a capital improvement fund to help the improvement of City Beach.
Later this evening, we're going to be looking at our where's our code for the I'm missing or the city code 329, the open container. Much of why we started into that was because as the hotel is going to be under construction, we're going to have a number of nonprofit or community organizations that are going to lose that space, like the Chafe 150, that we're now looking at changing our open container law that's going to move over towards City Beach during that downtime and construction. And potentially have to do that the rest of the time if it doesn't comply with your hotel space. Would you guys be willing in some sort of a partnership to take on any of those fundraising events that may be displaced and keep them on the property for a number of years?
Yeah, absolutely. We have outdoor event space that we plan to offer up to community organizations for events like that. Additionally, we envision that maybe this boat trailer parking area where the RV park is at could be like a event space also where we could put up tents for organizations like Chafe 150 to go and celebrate their activities. So we think that it can be developed into a multi-use space that not only supports parking, storage for water toys, but also for events with, envision maybe some sort of like Oktoberfest or something like that down there, right? Like that you got these big tents that people can gather at. We can have concerts, community events in that space.
If we were to think about the space where the RV park is right now, directly east of that, we have a waterway that basically takes our runoff water and puts it south into the kind of where the moorage is right there. Directly east of that, we have a strip of grass. Now, if we were to envision maybe the RV sites moving over that way, closer towards City Beach, with a potential overhaul of repaving, I think we're moving towards, especially with the RV park, was moving towards repaving and restriping City Beach, better boat moorage, pedestrian bicycle passage way to the parking lot as well to the water over there, new lighting, you name it. If that grassy strip there somehow became maybe an urban camping or an RV spot, is that incompatible with what you guys want to do with the hotel?
I don't think so. No. I don't think so. It makes this entrance into the park that I think will mutually benefit all parties. And I think it accomplishes those other community needs. So I think that works well.
Okay. I'm on the Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation Committee. We do it, Ellie, is Ellie in the room tonight? She does an amazing job. Everybody on that committee or commission does an amazing job for this community and all of our local artists. Would you guys be willing to stipend out or to help collaborate with local artists for the beautification or the aesthetics of, that area right across the street from the hotel, which would be the RV lot, or any of that entrance kind of gateway to the City Beach Park? Because as I believe that, like, if we go back to the plan, and when I say plan, I'm sorry, the
vision.
water competition report.
Yes.
Right, there was this Lions Arts and Cultural Center there on the southeast of the property that we kind of, as this gateway from private to public and public to private, and really inviting our artists to be down there. Are you willing to pony up some help for that one way or another? Or to make sure that, it's in compliance with your property, or you're compliant with the art and City Beach and how it may be designed?
We would embrace that very much so. We think it's a great thing. The community to display the art that they're passionate about, change in and out of those things. It sounds like a great idea.
That's good. Thank you for that. We get some public.
Thank,
Mr. Mayor, real quick. I mean,
Councilwoman Spiro.
Counselor Dick, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. Did you say, are they open to moving the RV park somewhere else on the property?
Correct.
Okay.
Just very specifically to the strip of grass. It would be if on the southwest corner of City Beach, the actual parking area of it, there's a small strip of grass that kind of follows that right across, right just north above some of the boat moorage there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howarth, you're recognized.
One more question, and I want to kind of up-level this discussion a little bit, because emotionally we can all be mad at you guys, because I think you created the mess yourselves. But fundamentally, it comes down to visions for me. As I read all the background information, as I read your guys' letters to the city, you're trying to create a vision, and don't let me put words, but this is what I got, was that Averall wants to create a vision, the development there at City Beach, that makes it an exclusive experience for your wealthy clientele. That's the vision I get from all of the background information. You want them to come in, have this amazing experience the best of the natural beauty, but you want to set it up for your wealthy clientele. The vision of this city council is, we want to make it a beautiful space for the citizens of Sandpoint to be able to utilize. So the fundamental question is, do you think we can ever get alignment in those two visions? And if we can't, then this discussion needs to end, because those are fundamentally two very, very different end goals in mind. And maybe it's because we haven't had the time to sit down and collaborate, but I would really like to go understand, because the impression I got is you want to make this a unique experience for your wealthy clientele. That will not suit or fit for the citizens of Sandpoint.
Councilman Rick, thanks for the question. I appreciate you asking it so we can clarify. That is not our vision. So I just put that very clearly. That's not our vision. I'm hoping we demonstrate in some ways that, when we bought the property, knowing we're next to a city park, we know what that dynamic is. I mean, I live in another community with multiple city parks. I know what the dynamic is. I know the importance that city parks bring to communities. I understand that parks on bodies of water and the preciousness of bodies of water in the Northwest are what they bring to the communities. So we're happy to be adjacent to a city park. We are trying to enhance it in some way that meets the community needs. And so I think, to answer your question, yes, do guests. So now I'm going to put my hospitality hat on for just a second. yes, guests need to have an experience when they come to a resort. We all want that when we go to a resort. So we'll create that when they arrive into the resort. But in addition to that, people are coming to Sandpoint because they want to enjoy, they want to experience Sandpoint and what Sandpoint has to offer. That's not this bifurcation of you need to be in and we need it all to match this exclusive thing over here. That's not it at all. Actually, it's quite the opposite. They need an experience when they're, and they need to have the feel special as a hotel guest, but they're here to experience what Sandpoint has to offer.
For the visitor that won't be able to afford your room rate, I can guess what it's going to be, but I won't. I'm sure. But how would you go afford the person that can't afford your hotel that same experience of City Beach, waking up in the morning? How can we collaborate and provide that opportunity as well?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question.
So today, if you build your hotel and we build our RV park, you have high-end clientele going to the hotel. We have, I'll call it those that can't afford your hotel, maybe over in the RV park. They wake up in the morning and they both see the sunrise. They both get to walk out and utilize the beach. They both get to walk downtown and enjoy the coffee shop. Your proposal is only the wealthy clientele get to enjoy that perspective. My question is, how do we create it for a broader cross-section of citizens?
Maybe I can answer it in this way. I liked Councilman Justin's idea of there's probably a location at City Beach that does accommodate RV urban camping. Thing one, maybe. Thing two is that in Whitefish, we have a resort on Whitefish Lake, and the community has termed it their lake house. And I bring that up because why do you do that? It's a public facility on a body of water that there's not a lot of public access to. So they come, they use, they enjoy the restaurants, they enjoy the amenities there, they access the lake there. All those things give the community access to it. And so our thought was, yes, our thought was really focusing more on the community and the community needs at City Park than another demographic of traveler coming to Sandpoint. We were trying to bifurcate it, and our focus was really on how do you help the needs of the community of Sandpoint versus another demographic, a traveler coming, because there's multiple other hotels in town where people can stay in town.
Not quite with the same view.
Well, yeah, and I mean, this is just like economics. Like, I mean, to have that view, I mean, I had to mortgage my kid's house to get the property as it is. I mean, the view costs money, and it just has to. They just apply. Those same things apply. So, I don't.
I'll just close with this. I'm still really very, very conflicted, and only conflicted because everything that I read in the background material contradicts everything that you're saying tonight in your presentation. And I'm trying to go rationalize the change in position, the change in tone. And maybe it is just that you recognize that it came off a bit too strong. But I don't know, but that's the conflict that I'm trying to go reconcile, and I'm sure that many in the audience are trying to reconcile. Because ultimately, we know the economic benefit of having your hotel is awesome for the city, but we can't sacrifice the benefit of the Sandpoint citizens just for your wealthier clientele that want to visit the city. And so I'm still conflicted. I've got to rationalize all of that in my head tonight as well.
I'm sorry to put you in that position. That's definitely not our intention. I tried to clarify tonight, and I hope I got my message across. But
Mr. Averill, I have one last question. When we talked a year plus ago, you had described the new hotel, I think you used, we were talking about people go on staycations here, and that the existing hotel in Trinity is a place the community loves because it's accessible. And you would, if I recall, describe the new facility being open to the public. Is that still the intent? I mean, could my daughter and I go down there and have a cappuccino and go to the bar or the restaurant and things like that?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's a resort. I mean, the idea that it's called the Lake House in Whitefish, I would think would apply here very, very easily. I mean, and we in Whitefish, we found very successful is that there's 3 restaurant concepts plus a coffee shop. They all get used at different times. There's special occasion anniversaries that go into dining rooms, and there's live music in the lounge, and there's lakefront to eat that you can in your flip flops and your t-shirt. It's geared for the community and the how the community wants to use that space, and I think we'll accomplish that very, very well here too.
And as a follow-up, if the council were to decide to entertain this further and kind of put a little more meat on the bone, so to speak, do I understand you're not talking about any restriction of public access or public use of this area? If it were at least open to the public for boat trailer parking, kayak storage, bathrooms, that's all public, is that correct?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, we think that the area has broader uses than just an RV park that has a limited, narrow user group.
Thanks. Great. Any other
Mr.
questions?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I would just like to move toward the public comment. Thank you.
I think I was just there. Thank you, Councilwoman Roll. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for the time and the clarifications and the request. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on, I know there's a lot of folks here. Thanks for your patience. I think we all have more clarity on what has been requested. So at this point, I would like to open public comment on this item. I don't need to reread the public comment rules of decorum, so please be respectful. If you're hearing someone say the same thing as you have, just simply stand up and say, I agree with that speaker. You'll be afforded up to, boy, what time is it already? It's almost 7:60.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a request that
Yes,
we have that time?
Yeah,
that
that's what I was
public
thinking.
comment? Thank you.
Yeah, to a minute and a half, just so I assume we're going to get quite a bit here. So, and with that, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please proceed with the public comment.
Mr. Mayor, we have Carrie Logan.
All right. Carrie Logan, former Mayor Logan.
Not designed for a minute and a half, but I'll read as fast as I can. I hope you get the impact.
Maybe the former mayor.
Carrie
gets
Logan, City of
a little
Sandpoint.
extra time.
So
By
just
submit.
clarification, City Beach has 2 sets of restrooms. And that strip of land you're suggesting, Justin, is stormwater storage. My name is Carrie Logan, and I'm a resident of the City of Sandpoint. I speak tonight not just for myself, but also for the people who posted comments on social media about Averil's proposal. The RV park at City Beach is not just about money. It offers an opportunity for visitors and locals to experience being a part of City Beach culture without having to rent a room for hundreds of dollars per night and buy food out. It's like camping at Lion's Head, but you don't have a waterfront site. Officially, it's called urban camping, and Sandpoint is ahead of the curve. Averil's grab will exacerbate the poor decision made by some of you to get rid of prime beachfront property. We have several vacation rentals in our neighborhood. One visitor I was talking with told me what a cool town Sandpoint was, and it had great potential, meaning we were hicks and just needed outsiders to come in and fix it for us. I think of that when I read Averil's rude and arrogant proposal. Don't lease, sell, or in any fashion give away public access to the lake. Vote this proposal down tonight. Also, because of his advocacy for this project and his potential of profiting from it, Councilor Dick should recuse himself when the item comes up. and recusal means leaving the chamber. Justin, you made a commitment to me before you were elected that you would not vote on any issues
Mayor,
city
Mayor,
beach related.
Logan, just.
Thank you very much.
Independent of personalities and persons. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, we have Bill Litzinger.
Mr. Litzinger. Good evening, Bill.
City Council, Mayor, everybody here. Right over there, corporate crapola,
Hey, Mr. Litzinger, please just be respectful per the rules of decorum.
corporate greed. And as far as I'm concerned, if their lips are moving, they're lying. I had my homeowners association meeting last November 1st. And before a lot of us were talking about this particular issue, I couldn't find one person who thought it was worthwhile. Not one. Pam, Deb, thank you. You started it off. You got everybody else asking them questions. This is a disaster. This makes the Russell Building look good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litzinger. And public, please just respect the rules of decorum. So we're just expressing comments and opinions, not calling out individuals or being derogatory.
Mr. Mayor, we have Mike Mahoney.
Mr. Mahoney, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mike Mahoney. I've resided in the Sandpoint city limits for over 50 years. I came with my standard 3 minutes prepared, so I guess I'll cut out the middle here, and if it does sounds disjointed, so be it. Tonight's item on the agenda is the latest accommodation for Haverhill Hospitality is asked for or demanded. First it was lack of parking, then to cancel the project on in lieu parking fees, now a threat to cancel because the city's RV park. City planner has already outlined in his report to the council tonight many good reasons not to do this. We've already accepted a grant to revitalize the RV park and beach parking area. RV park is a rare source of reliable income. There's a covenant binding on this, which I don't think you want to tangle with the BNSF attorneys. I did once upon a time. They're very good. This request is simply a bad idea. Just as important is for the city to retain ownership of this property. To retain ownership is to own the destiny of the property. We've had some plans to a giant revitalization of the beach. Who knows if that'll ever happen? But if a city doesn't own the property, they don't have the option to use that property in whatever the revitalization plan might be years in the future. So for many reasons, this is just a bad idea. But more than anything, one must ask the question, didn't Averill notice the RV park when they bought the property? I mean, it was there. And I'm going to say something that may not be popular. And I believe that Averill is capable of developing a fabulous and highly profitable resort on their property with the conditions that existed when they purchased it. And I hope they do so. I hope it'll be a structure the city can point to with pride. We need good employers. We need businesses that will be good citizens and will contribute back to the community through service and support of our local nonprofits. But I also believe that it's time for the city to acknowledge that they've done all they reasonably can to accommodate this development.
Can you wrap up, please?
And I am. And whether Averill chooses to rebuild, remodel, or sell their property, it won't be because the city failed to reasonably consider their wishes. I ask the city council to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney.
Mr. Mayor, we have Carla Peterman.
Good evening, Ms. Peterman.
Good evening. I'm Carla Peterman. I have lived in Sandpoint for 34 years. I live in town, and I am very much against this proposal. I cannot believe that what they're saying is in good faith. I remember when all of a sudden it was all over social media that they were now going to open it up to condos. That was a big shock. Instead of it just being a hotel, now we have condos from $1 to $3 million each. If that isn't wealthy people, I don't know what is. This hotel will not be accessible for normal people like me. Most likely, it'll be $300 to $500 a night to stay there. To have a cappuccino will probably be 15 to 20 bucks. I highly, highly think that we need to keep this as a public area, the camping. This gives people like myself a chance to have that view and to enjoy the beach. This is a trade-off that would be a disaster. We all remember who've lived here for a long time when we got Panhandle State Bank threatened to leave if we didn't raise the height, and 2 city council members should have recused themselves. They didn't. That was passed. That opened a Pandora's box for the height to just explode in this town. We have these giant buildings now, and this could be a disaster with this development. I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Mr. Mayor, Dana Martin.
Go Pioneers.
Go. Hey, Phi Alpha. So anyway, I'm Dana Martin. I've been a dock builder and I've owned property along the Pondere Bay Trail for over 40 years. Sold the Black Rock for the trail. I'm kind of interested in the fact that it's going to be a public thing when it gets cleaned up, and that the city of Pondere passed a lake access here with the bonding that they did. So I guess I just have some questions. Like Mike said, haven't they known that this trailer park was there when they bought it? And perhaps they could build the hotel, and then maybe if they behave themselves, maybe they could get some parking at the trailer park. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Mr. Mayor, Pat Holland.
Good evening, Mr. Holland.
Good evening. Thanks for having me up here. Yeah, my name's Pat Holland. I was born and raised just north of town. I'm now a homeowner and business owner in Sandpoint. I'm here to ask you to deny Averill's request to lease or purchase the RV park based off of my following points, which no longer really apply after the presentation and everything I just heard. I wrote everything off of the comments, or my comments, based off of the information I was getting online. Far different than what we just heard. So really quick, wrote down that after presentations, council discussions, don't play. I suggest you guys deny the proposal at this time. If you don't, you will lose a lot more trust within this city, and you just gain some trust getting the sewer bond passed. But that goes right out the window if you guys vote yes tonight. Then I suggest Averill put these ideas in a formal, proposal instead of just a PowerPoint presentation and a bunch of brainstorming and just words right now, because it's all just words. You got to put it down on paper. Then come back to council, talk about it. We just voted in 2 new people coming to council. Get them sitting here. Let them vote on it. Do it the right way. I envision the new hotel works with the community where all parties can support each other. Maybe that can happen, maybe it cannot, but let's do it the right way. Let's do it up front. Let's just not brainstorm and just have a little, hoorah and vote yes. So please deny it tonight. Look at this professionally at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Matt Deal.
Good evening, Mr. Deal.
Good evening, Matt Deal, City of Sandpoint resident. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to canceling the RV park. I think the RV park could coexist with a nice hotel, maybe part of the design, and maybe the Averills could weigh in on, some tree buffering or some things to make it aesthetically pleasing. It's been well pointed out the RV park was there when the property was purchased. So I'm in support of having a nice hotel there, but no more concessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deal.
Alicia Stifel.
Good evening, Alicia.
My name is Alicia Stiefel. I've been here for 30 years. I've worked for a lot of the different resorts that have been in this area, Schweitzer, the new Marriott that comes in. I opened this seasons. We can't swim on that beach. You can walk through it, but you can't even fish there. You can't touch it. You had a choice between the beach and the RV. You chose the beach. We can't touch that beach. I can guarantee you there's not going to be any of us that are in the public going on that beach. It's not happening at Seasons. It's not going to happen to theirs. They've got the beach. Let them have it. The RV belongs to us. We're not giving away property. Have you ever heard of anybody saying, oh yeah, give your property away, sell it, or just let the other guy use it in whatever way he wants, destroy it all he wants? Here's what's going to happen. You're going to build those restrooms. And if you don't build those restrooms,
Alicia, can you just
it's going to
speak?
go right into just what that.
Alicia, can you just speak to the council? Thanks.
If they don't build the restrooms, the public's going to go right in. It's a given that they're going to help you with it. Open your eyes. It's a given. They need it. They can't take it away. This locker is a joke. What you're doing is you're adding more. This boat parking, it's a joke. There's not enough room. Everybody knows how big it is. You guys know what it is to find parking in this town. Way better than they do. You've been doing it for years. Don't listen to the bunk that they're trying to tell you, because it's all resort experience vision. We've done this before. This is our town. It was beautiful. That's why they brought him here. It is beautiful. That's why we stay here. They think they're going to make it more beautiful. No, they're restricting access. They want to make a beautiful entrance. We did that just a few years ago. It's a beautiful entrance. If it's not more beautiful for you, that's fine. But there is no bigger, better access to that area.
Thank you,
And they're
Alicia.
going to
Can you
make it a coagulation.
wrap that up?
Thank you.
Thank you so
Am I up
much.
for it? No.
Carlin Anderson.
Good evening,
My
Ms.
written
Anderson.
comments are for 2 minutes of the 3 minutes. Now you're only going to give me a minute and a half. Hi, I'm Carolyn Anderson. I'm a resident of Sandpoint. I'm against giving up green and open space unless you replace it. I'm against giving up open space or leasing to a company for their parking needs or their perceived visual aspirations. Think downtown Coeur d'Alene and Hagedon Resort is beautiful. Others don't believe that belongs in a place like this. At some point, and as a sidebar to your decision regarding the City Beach RV Park demise, I would like consideration given to a law that requires like-for-like replacement of open park space lost within the city limits. The adage, "they don't make anymore," applies to our green space. Land and parks are a finite commodity. McCall, Idaho has a population of less than 5,000 on roughly 684 acres, of which 50 acres is park space, or 7%. Sandpoint has a population of 10,000 on 2,500 acres plus, of which 75 acres is park, or 3%. So if my numbers are correct, one might think we should be adding park space, not diminishing it. Not everyone can get to Pine Street Woods. With a law, for example, park space loss would have to be gained elsewhere. Some maybe would think twice before losing acreage by outright sale or lease of property, or losing it underneath 1 acre of indoor facility like the size of the Russell Center, which has questionable value versus what we were pre-sold. Here's an example of that idea. Proceeds from the sale of the RV park would go right back into replacement space, such as the disc golf course property on Lower Baldy. Maybe that space in the adjacent property with questionable perkability could be annexed to the city and given utilities to create new open space with a park, RV parking and hookups and additional housing, which would be a win-win for the city coffers and the area water quality. Avriel's
Ms. Anderson,
presentation.
can you wrap up,
Yep,
please? Thanks.
Avriel's presentation is back to the 1 acre amenity trap, which we endured under the previous administration. The Russell project, the Blue Necklace, the merry-go-round, the water toy storage now, all equates to more congestion.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Terry Pardini.
Good evening, Terry.
Good evening. I am a Sandpoint resident. I've lived here since 1979. First of all, I don't really trust corporations that offer ultimatums. And I feel like, okay, they're sorry, they did that, they didn't mean it, but I feel like it's just going to keep happening. This is, in my count, the 3rd time. You guys have pointed out a couple, and I really appreciate most of the counselors, what they've said, and the mayor. They refer to using this space for general parking, overflow parking, flexible event parking space. I think this is all an advantage to them because they reduced their parking, what they were going to provide for the hotel and now condos. So I think that they really plan to use our parking space if it became that. The second thing is I trust the council. I don't necessarily trust them. The third thing is I wonder if you have all researched other towns where they have built and developed, because I'd like to know how that's gone. And lastly, I think you need to deny this as is right now or do the RV. And if not, I was never in favor of trading the lawn for this spot that we're talking about. So if they don't like what we're doing with it, let's just trade back. And we'll take the waterfront back that we traded away that I think is probably hugely more valuable, and they can have that gravel RV or trailer park. Thank you. Oh, and I am Terry Pardini, if I didn't say that.
Thanks, Terry.
Dan Krabasher?
Mr. Kraybacher.
Thank you. I'm Dan Kraybacher, and I'm a resident of Sandpoint for the last 25 years. My prepared remarks have been removed, and I've been rewriting them over and over again all the way through this. I appreciate the aspirational comments of our guests, and I also appreciate many of the counselors' comments and the mayor. And I would like to offer, first for the mayor's comments about budget. I understand budget, having been in charge of a $50 million revenue company as CEO, how hard that is. But I also know from that experience that you don't give away your gem or you lose your customers. And I would say to you that I know we need revenue, but let's figure out another way to do that, because that's all I've really heard here tonight, that our citizens have, in the balance of all of this, I have not heard anything else positive other than we're going to get 100,000, 200,000. You know, it's chump change compared to the legacy we will not leave our kids if we give up the rights to that land. Consider, we have on the north side, you've got the Seasons. On the south side, you've got the railroad. And Sandpoint's only piece of the gem of what really the window to our community is that city beach. And I know the RV park is not right on the water, but it is, as I think it was Councilor Haworth has said, the dissonance between, I'm trying to understand your concept of the rich that you want to serve and the rest of us. And I think that the rest of us, that is the responsibility of this council to take care of them. And they're the people of this community.
Dan, if
So
you could
I'm,
wrap up. Thanks.
thank you. I would vote to deny if there needs to be a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kraybachen.
Taylor Long?
Good evening, Mr. Long.
Mayor, Council, you may know me as the Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. I am not acting or speaking for that commission. I'm here as a resident of Sandpoint. Kudos to Director Welker for that staff report. I do have a few items that I think I could shed a little more background light on. The Sandpoint Sailing Association, I'm the president of that club, was approached by the Averils shortly after their in lieu fees went public. They were requesting support for a redesign of the Windbag Marina to include 25 slips and a boat rental operation. The SSA board unanimously rejected that, at which time I met with Dan Averill and Brian Averill in the old Trinity restaurant. And Dan said to me, he looked me in the eye and said, without a marina, the hotel is not viable. Does that sound familiar? It should. I do not believe the Averills are negotiating in good faith. First, it was our project can't proceed if you raise the impact fees. Now it's our project can't proceed if the city operates its RV park. Next, it will be our project can't proceed without a marina. And then it will be our project cannot proceed without beachfront. So the decision is up to you, councilors. Will our public parks and facilities be bargaining chips or a sacred promise to future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Cynthia Mello.
Good evening, Cynthia.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Mellon, and I'm a resident of Sandpoint and have been for 40-something years. And I'd like to cede my time to Jace Bordnave.
Cynthia, we're not ceding time tonight. We're just giving comments. That's sometimes during a land use public hearing. This is just public comment. So if you
Okay.
can try to
Then I will use
share your
my
opinion.
time to say that I agree with the young man that was just over here with the Windbag Marina. I agree that we need to preserve our legacy, which is the beach, for our future generations, my grandchildren and their children. And I don't believe that people who do not live here and have the design that they keep bringing forth for us has that in mind. And I am opposed to all of it. I'd rather that you just say, you're not even going to talk about it anymore, and we're done. So thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Jace Bordnave.
Good evening, Chase.
Good evening. I'm Jace, a lifetime Sandpoint resident and a small business owner. I would like to question the council as to what precedent we would like to set. Is the RV park considered city property, therefore public property? It feels like a privatization of public property to me. If so, where does the buck stop? War Memorial Field sits on the water and has a beautiful view. Will it be up for sale to the next developer? How about Windbag Marina? I have a hard time believing that Averill Hospitality will want to build their resort and not have a marina. Are we going to give them the marina too? If you think that is far-fetched, please look at their past actions to guide where you think this will lead. They asked for the lawn space in 2022. They asked for special accommodation for development rate increases just 2 months ago, and they have now basically demanded the RV park or they won't build. How do you know they won't build demand marina space or they, quote, won't be able to build feasibly? What they say and what they are going to do is different from what they really do. I ask this council, what benefit does this bring to the citizens you represent? The RV park is a profitable venture that brings in $100,000 annually to the city. It allows people to enjoy a wonderful space at a reasonable rate. Do we need to give that up to a developer so we can make our public beach an exclusive place for their guests? As they have shown with past actions that if you give an inch, they will take a mile. I can assure you that resort owners from another state are not making decisions on what's best for our community and our children's future. They are going to make decisions that are profitable to them. That's it. I have a proposal. If they want the RV park, they can give us the lawn back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chase.
Sadie Long.
Good evening, Sadie.
Good evening. My name is Sadie Long, and I am a Sandpoint City resident. I would just like to tag on to what Mr. Long said regarding the hotel's consistent use of the word viable and trying to make the area more viable for their business. Some other terms that I heard them use today included it's an investment in the long term and using time and space to come up with the best possible outcome. I think that those sound great, but it also gives us insight into what they are looking at. And I think that it gives them the opportunity to hold community development and economic benefit over your heads in order for them to get what they consider a more viable situation. That will be at the expense of what we value most as a community. So I encourage you to consider that they can use that, and they're focused on the long term, and so they could drag this out. That said, I want you all to stand by what you've said to us all many times, that you're not planning to privatize City Beach. Do not support a private entity in controlling our public property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
Russ Fulmer. Russ Fulmer.
Russ Fulmer.
Check the other room. You can call the next person on stage.
Chris Eckney.
Chris, last name is Eckney.
Eckney.
Oh, awesome. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Thanks for listening. Thank you to our guests for coming and doing their presentation. I would encourage the council to deny this request and to continue in these conversations. I think we need to work to the extent that we can to protect public space for all. I understand that the resort will be a boon to the city, but at what cost? We need to preserve the spaces we have. We have an out-of-town company coming in here trying to dictate how we use and develop our public spaces. That's not cool. So I encourage the council to please vote no. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. What was,
Wilkos.
there we go, Mary. Good evening, Mary.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a resident of the city and a homeowner and taxpayer for 19 years. I'm also opposed to Avril's request to purchase or lease the RV park. Please keep the area currently occupied by the RV park in public ownership and available for public use now and in the future. Consider the possibility of providing more public green space at City Beach for public recreational use by city residents as an alternative to more paved areas for vehicles and trailer parking for visitors. Please listen to the people who elected you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks for commenting, Mary.
Molly O'Reilly.
Good evening, Molly.
Hi there. I hope to make 3 quick points. First, hearing whitefish, I went, oh, I have a cousin that I really respect in whitefish. So how are they as community members? Trustworthy? Nope. Not a lot of good things to be said from locals. Have heard they don't pay contractors.
Keep it just on the facts and the issues, not derogatory.
Okay. My cousin in Whitefish does not recommend this company. Second, City Beach is for kids. It's for families. Paddleboards, kayaks, motorboats. It's for kids. It's for families. Keep that in mind, please. And then one of the things the city has given up, and I think you should look for opportunities to get it back, is a sidewalk alongside this hotel on Sandpoint Avenue. That is an important link between the Seasons and Ponderay Bay Trail and actually the marina. There's a accessible route down below, but it's got a pretty big hill to it. So right now, Sandpoint Avenue is very, very narrow. If you look, the bike path, the paint is gone. People drive everywhere. Nobody can really walk safely that block to get to the Seasons, to the trail, to the marina. This is a really important part of public use. And it was given up in early negotiations. And if you're doing any kind of negotiating or anything, please get that sidewalk back. And remember that City Beach is for kids, and the cousin I respect in Whitefish says no.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly.
Aaron Riseborough.
Good evening, Karen.
Evening, Council, Mayor. I'll make this quick. I stayed at the City Beach RV Park before I moved to Sandpoint. It was New Year's Eve, it was New Year's Day, and whether or not I was there on like registration or not. There's a lot to be said for providing accommodations that aren't a hotel. Finding a place to park if you're in an RV or a van, not that easy. I will say that it also might not be a different clientele. It's going to be a diverse clientele, that's for sure. People that choose to be in their vehicles with their pets, with their families. We might be a slightly different crowd, but nonetheless, a crowd that is courteous and spends money. So I do think both could coexist, and I don't know why that's not still being considered. I think that's the gist of it. I'm really proud of the community for coming out tonight and talking. And thank you to the Averill Group for coming and presenting. It's not easy to take this level of question and criticism, but we're all trying to do the best thing for Sandpoint. And again, I'm just really proud of the community for coming out tonight. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Karen.
Judy Labrie.
Good evening, Judy.
Hi, I'm Judy Labrie, and I'm a Sandpoint resident. And I was really glad to hear the mayor say, we don't give things away. And I like the consideration that's going in with this decision-making. I would just like to say I'm against the proposal. And I really liked seeing that there was a grant to improve the RV park. And I just would hope that the council votes to continue with their plans, and the RV park is what's best for the city, and it's what's best for the next generations. Keeping it public and accessible to the middle class is what we want Sandpoint to be about. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
Clay Hutchison.
Good evening, Clay.
Good evening, you all. Nice to see you again, Sandpoint resident. Back in January, I joined one of these meetings when the staff was requesting the permission to apply for the grant, which you have now received. And I suggested that you had gotten over your skis. The land swap that was done with robust public involvement did not anticipate keeping it as an RV park. It didn't swap it was the lawn only, not the beach, not the pathway in front of the hotel, the lawn only for the RV park. And the point of that was to realign the usages of the beach so that the boat parking and the boat launch moved away from the parking. You separated, you got it out of the core park, and to really realign the park so that its primary uses of beach use and boat use, which is the primary use of that park, work more efficiently and work better. And it seemed to make sense to do that. And a number of people stood up here and supported that decision. A number of people also said no, they didn't think that giving up the lawn was worth anything at all. But on the end of the day, it made sense. It was supported by the master plan, which was a approved master plan by you. You approved it. You didn't approve some of the later plans, but you did approve that one. 3 of you, I believe, were on the council at that time. And that really had, again, RV use was discussed during that whole process, robust public involvement, and the use of an RV park down there did not make it into the final plan. But the realignment of that space to help the functionality of the park did. And so to change the use of that back to an RV park, I suggest should involve a lot of robust public involvement. Clearly, there's some people here that are in favor of the RV park, but I would suggest it doesn't really support the people of Sandpoint. The people that use that RV park are not really people who live in Sandpoint.
You
It's
could wrap it up,
out-of-towners.
Clay.
And so you are much closer in alignment here than one would say. We heard from Averill backed off from that. Appreciate the mayor's emphatic decision that you're not going to sell this, which is a good thing. And if you want to achieve some monetary contribution by Averill, there are ways to do that where the city remains in control and doesn't give it. And if you have a lease, you
wrap
could
up,
do
Clay?
that. But you are much closer in this. But I think you first need to reevaluate whether there should be an RV
That's
or
good,
not.
Clay. Thanks so much.
Amelia Boyd.
Good evening, Ms. Boyd.
Amelia Boyd, city resident. I'm glad I followed Clay because I was just going to touch on that. He is absolutely 100% correct on the history of that. I would also add that as a former planning and zoning commissioner, it took us 5.5 hours to decide on allowing the CUPs for the Averills and this development, the hotel. So I do appreciate this discussion, but it does take more. During that meeting, we had an abundant and robust discussion with everybody present agreeing for the hotel. So that's not a case here. What's issue is the RV park. I find it hard to believe that there couldn't be some consensus or some agreement between the city and the Averills to come to something other than taking it away. I do appreciate the crowd here, and you cannot ignore that. You would be absolutely remiss of your duties as elected officials to ignore all these people behind me that are against taking away the RV park. Again, I agree with Mr. Holland as well as far as tabling it and coming to some sort of agreement or solution and bringing it back. Rome wasn't built in a day, and you're certainly not going to be able to make this decision after just a couple of hours. So don't take it lightly. Take it carefully and consider it, all the points. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia.
Paul Vogel.
Good evening, Mr. Vogel.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. My name is Paul Vogel. I'm not a city resident, but I've lived in Bonner County for 46 years. I have a lot of questions from what I've heard tonight. It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the Shore Lodge in Whitefish is lake frontage. And as I listened to the presentation, I'm uncertain if Averill even realizes that they don't own the beach here. So here you have an out-of-town entity that wants to control what happens across the street from their resort. They want to get 25 marina slips. They want condos. They want a waiver of in lieu of parking fees. And Mr. Mayor, I'm a little confused. I thought that was granted to them. So that's a $450,000 gift right there. And so, I mean, are they aware? How long is it going to be before they want to control the sand in front of their resort? If they don't want RVers off to their side, what are we going to find next? So I'm also confused because I thought the October 15th letter said they wanted to buy it, but if they didn't buy it, they wanted to lease it for parking. And now they're here tonight saying they have all the parking they need. Well, you should have some more questions for them as well. On their most recent design, a design that they're willing to share with you, how many parking spaces on their land do they provide? Because for every parking space that they off-site onto city property, that allows them to develop their more expensive and valuable lot. And when that happens, they get more rooms. Have they committed to a number of rooms? Is that still flexible? Because if the parking moves off-site, they have more rooms, and their guests, with no other place to go because they're going to build out their footprint, those guests are going to flow onto City Beach.
Mr.
And
Vogel,
that's why we have impact fees.
You could wrap it up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Paul Reason.
Good evening, Paul.
Good evening, council and mayor. I'm Paul Risen. I'm from Sunnyside. I have a business in downtown Sandpoint. I'm a member of the Downtown Small Business Association. We obviously see a lot of benefits coming from a new resort, and obviously it has to be balanced with the impact. I think we hear the word developer and automatically we have a kind of a gut check where we say, that's bad. These guys are bad. And maybe some things have happened in the past, especially this last letter, that makes us feel that we should distrust the Averils. But if we get it in writing and we get what we want in terms of a proposal, you're crazy not to accept it. The RV park is not for locals. It's for people from out of town. And I'm glad that people have gotten to enjoy it. But if we want stuff from locals, why wouldn't we want additional parking that's for locals, additional boat trailer parking that's for locals, and $200,000 or $250,000, a lot more than the RV park's going to generate? We shouldn't fight for the sake of fighting. We should do what's in the best interests of the city. And as a business owner in the city of Sandpoint, I see a lot of benefits from having additional parking, more benefits for locals to use, and more business opportunities for our downtown businesses. We rely on that. We need it. It provides jobs for our community. I'm hoping that the Averils aren't scared away by an RV park, but if we can get something better than an RV park and they can benefit as well, and we as a city and a community can benefit, it seems like a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Rebecca Holland.
Good evening, Rebecca.
Good evening, Council. Rebecca Holland. I live in the county, but I love to call Sandpoint my hometown. I wasn't going to speak, but I've been taking some notes. And one thing that really struck me in the very beginning with Mr. Averill's presentation, it might have been the first slide or one of the early slides that was put up was of the 2023 downtown waterfront design. And this all came from that big, bad, beautiful blue ribbon plan for downtown contest, which was rejected. Been rejected from the community, wasn't part of the comp plan, et cetera, et cetera. So for that to be part of the presentation, I think that's needs to be pointed out. His advisors had a lot to do with that, but we're tired of seeing that brought forward and pushed on us. I would really like to suggest, you know, as it's been said, we don't want any more concessions. What the town would really like to see is just the basic same footprint that was there. It was a nice hotel. We don't want a lot of condos down there. We like a nice restaurant. We used to love to go down to the beach house. That kind of thing is exactly what's there, was what the community would love to have, and I would just like to encourage the Averils to consider that. Thank you, and I thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Welcome back.
Clint Merrill.
Good evening, Clint.
Good evening. I just wanted to ask a quick question and make two other points. You've been mentioning revenues related to the RV park. Most P&L statements don't focus on revenue, they focus on income. Are we talking revenue or income? Because you can't ignore operating costs.
Oh, this is comment. We're not going to debate it.
I'll leave that as an open question.
Good question.
Everyone should have a clarification on what the actual take is in the end. One comment, there's clearly passionate views on either side of this, and I think everyone is entitled to their own points of view, clearly. I do think that it's worth turning this discussion into a formal proposal with binding commitments and statements within the proposal that have covenants associated with them, including liabilities, exit plans, et cetera, if it falls through, and just allow Averill to come back with, if they're a significant business, let them come back with that type of proposal that includes all of those fully clarified. Then you'll know exactly what you're dealing with in dollars and cents and what their commitments are in writing versus in conversation.
Thanks, Clint.
Elizabeth Oakton.
Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Oakton, and I'm not a city resident. I'm here in the county. But I'd like to directly quote the letter sent to the city. The transient and utilitarian nature of RV operations conflicts with the resort's high-end guest experience. How do you call a resort not transient, but an RV park transient? I'm not sure how it's not the same category of people that are out-of-towners coming in. The tone of the letter was clear, and I think that's one of the biggest sources of contention among the community. It sounds like the Averils have tried this similar maneuver from marina space to parking spaces. I think the approach by the company is clear, and I want to know, where does it end? What if they don't like the snack shack at City Beach? What if they don't like the lunch program we have at City Beach? These are things that happen and are important to our community, and I think we need to preserve the intent of our community and what the space is. Maybe it's not the RV park, but I don't think someone should get to come in from outside and say, you do this or we leave. I think that tone and intention was not a good way to start any form of negotiation. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Kim Woodruff.
Good evening, Kim.
I miss these meetings.
Yeah.
Sandpoint is now at a major crossroads that will have an everlasting impact on our future. Will we be like many other mountain town, resort towns and sell out or fight for the Sandpoint way? Some things are priceless, no matter how juicy the carrot. To create revenue source at city parks, I worked with Adrian Cox to trade the removal of their dock in front of the Edgewater for 5 slips on the 100 section of the improved and reconfigured marina. The marina design considered the impact on the recreational experience at City Beach, boat traffic, noise, and distance from the beach peninsula, and line of sight from the northern beach to the lake for citizens and visitors, to name a few. The design also considered support for community sailing program nearest to the shore for both boat rigging, convenience, and silence of the sport. Fact is that property purchased by Averill is landlocked with no waterfront. Also, fact is that the city is not obligated in any way to provide any boat slips for the development. Owners of any future condos can apply for a slip just like everyone else. If hotel visitors wish to reserve a temporary slip, the city already provides that opportunity. I very much understand benefits and need and standpoint for a nice lodging experience at that site, especially one that would support conferences and meetings during the shoulder season. The city can support the project by providing staging area for construction, possibly even asking the state to postpone an RV grant if that's in the mix. They're going to have a place, a staging area to build a place. It does make sense to build a hotel first and then the RV park or whatever else is selected for that site. Please do not sell our small town charm. It's priceless and there is no redo. The alternative for those wishing that commercial experience can be found 45 miles south. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim.
Mr. Mayor, no one else has signed up at this time.
Anyone on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Members of the public, will close the public forum on that item. Council, moving right along, you've heard a lot. As I see it, you have a couple of options as pointed out in the staff report. One is to proceed with the RV grant and the engineering design that's underway. Option 2 would be to and effectively deny any requests for modification. Option 2 would be to slow roll the RV grant project and consider a formal proposal from Averill Hospitality on what they're going to or willing to commit to. And then the third would be to proceed with the RV project as is and the Averils are happy to continue to engage and propose things as we continue on.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
I would make a motion to decline to pursue lease or sale negotiations, opting for number 3 on the list of options given by staff. Second.
It's a motion by Councilwoman Duquette, a second by Council President Rule to deny and not discuss any future lease or sale of the property and proceed with the art park as is in progress. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schreiber?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just am blown away by the public out support today and really appreciate everyone getting involved. Every single comment that I've received, either by email or in first-person conversations, confirmed what my reaction to this was as well, which is there is absolutely no way that we are going to put this land under anyone's control but our own. Not by sale, not by lease. It is going to stay City of Sandpoint property. And I heard a lot of people who really do like the RV park, and I appreciate that. I also heard several people who agreed that we should absolutely not give it to the Averils in any way, but offered alternate viewpoints for what that land could be used for. As it was pointed out, our adopted Parks and Rec plan does show the boat launch being moved further away from the swim beach onto the RV site. And I raised these concerns when we approved the grant, that I was concerned that accepting that grant money would lock us into having only that RV park as an option moving forward. So I'm open to the idea that perhaps an RV park is not the only best use for that property. And in fact, if we moved some of the parking closer to the railroad tracks, we could possibly make better use of the areas that are currently parking. We could have more green space. We could maybe add another volleyball court or another basketball court. I also wonder if right next to a railroad track is the best place for an RV park from the point of view of the person staying there. That's a very heavily used track, and perhaps there's a better place that an RV park could go. So, you know, I'm very much committed to not approving anything that relinquishes any sort of control of this property or any property at City Beach. That is a irreplaceable property, and we should never, ever relinquish any of our control of it. But I have heard several visions for what that property could be today in the last 48 hours. And so I think that we should move this to a public workshop where the public gets to tell us what they want this property to be. And then after the public has decided what they want their park to look like, then we can allow the Averils to come up with a legally binding agreement that that allows them to contribute to our vision if we decide that it's not an RV park.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilman Schreiber. Someone to the right here?
Yeah, thank
Councilman
you.
Spiro.
Appreciate that. Councilman Schreiber, thank you so much. Took the words right out of my mouth, but you probably said it a lot better than I would have. I think there's a lot of emotions here tonight. You have intentions versus impact. I think I'm not going to sit here and judge the heart intentions of an individual. I can say, hey, there's actions and behaviors that lead to my thoughts, but at the end of the day, it's really about the impact here. You know, had the letter not been sent and instead we had a workshop and that was presented first, I think we could have a different discussion here. We'd have better options. There are just a lot of emotions here tonight, and understandably so. I have a lot of emotions as well as everybody else up here. There are some comments that I heard that we'd like to get certain things back. I think the main point here is that we stay in the driver's seat. And if we have a workshop and we as a community, not just us, but as a community like
what we see and can get things that we want, staying in the driver's seat, and it's a win for us and to some degree a win for them, but we stay in the driver's seat, I think that could be great. But if we're hearing at the end of that workshop or whatever that looks like, no, then we can say no, but we stay in the driver's seat. But what I am concerned about is with that grant, I don't know if that's something we could push back, put on hold. We're in a pickle here in that regards. But I do appreciate your thoughts, and I was having similar thoughts as I was writing my thoughts down. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Spiro. On your question about the grant, Jason can fill in, but I did visit with him about that. And typically, these grants aren't completed in a year. You show progression, and there's a renewal process to show that you're progressing. The grants aren't withdrawn unless you ask for withdrawal or violate the terms. So I think that is an interesting question of how could we potentially not lose the grant, still proceed without closing off options for, a collaborative investigation or workshop, as you said.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Howard.
Yes, Councilor Schreiber, thank you for your comments. I think very, very well articulated, and I think you captured the essence of a lot of the citizens' inputs. I agree that we have to stay in control. At the same time, I heard the public say that we ought to go look at that space and how do we optimize it for the benefit of the citizens of Sandpoint. I firmly believe a RV park beside a very busy railroad track is not the best use for the citizens of Sandpoint. I have many, many friends that come and camp at that RV spot, and I ask them, how is it going? They say, well, we kind of get used to the train after 4 or 5 days, about the time they're leaving Sandpoint. I can't imagine that's a wonderful experience. It isn't a wonderful experience. So I would be very open as well to, I loved your idea of a public workshop to continue this discussion with the public, to hear more your vision for the space that the city continues to control and manage. And if it is a win-win with the city and Averell, that would be the best outcome for all of us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a moment. Thank you, Councilman Howarth. Councilwoman Duquette, you're recognized.
I just want to say that that wasn't one of our options to discuss what else we would do with it. It's to not, or it is to deny sale or lease of it to Averell is what I was under the impression our choice was. Like you said in the past, I did not want an RV park there. I was also under the impression it was going to be at one point for getting the boat trailers. I still think what this is about right now is just denying sale or lease of that property to Averell. Am I mistaking?
That's the motion, Councilwoman Duquette, but you have the flexibility. Those are 3 options the planning director put out. You have the creativity and ability to do something different if you want.
One was to work with Averell to do something different, and one was to do nothing and let them have it. I thought the 3 options were. None of them were to discuss what we would rather do with it, is what I'm hearing, or what I was understanding when I said that. I feel like we're being played by Averell. Justin, I appreciate you trying to compromise. You're always good at that. I think we've heard pie crust promises. I've lost faith in their collaboration process. Everything that you've suggested adds more congestion in that area that we already don't like. That's all.
Councilwoman Duquette, let me try to bring this to a point. Would you be in favor of an exploratory workshop with the community and Averell?
I am not. I am opposing sale or lease
I understand that.
of that property
clear.
to Averell.
That's clear.
Thank you.
Would you be open to a workshop with the community about the design? That's sort of where the discussion is
Would
done.
always be open to a work
Thank you.
community.
Mr. Mayor,
Council President.
we do have a motion on the table that's
Right.
different, so we have to get
Yeah.
through that
Oh,
first,
I
correct?
recognize that.
Okay. Now I'm distracted from my thought process here, but I'll try to get back on task. I think what I heard from the public is they really like the beach the way it is. I would like to point out that there are some other drawings, there were some other master plans. I was involved in that way back when, and from what I've come to understand, that the feasibility of actually moving that boat ramp to the proximity of where boats drive underneath the railroad bridge, there would need to be a lot of dredging, and it would need to happen over and over again at a great cost to the city. I also think that at one point, Mr. Welker looked into dredging so that City Beach could use as a winter put-in, and it was astronomically off the charts as to the cost of that. So even though in good faith, I think these citizens wanted to have the boat ramp in a different place, it's actually not feasible to do that. And I would say that I think I heard from the citizens that they don't want to be Coeur d'Alene. They don't want what I call a boat morgue. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Council
Mr.
President. You are
Mayor.
very astute, and those are comments that you made about the cost of the dredging.
Oh, sorry, Counselor Dick has not spoken. I'd like to say something.
Go
quick when
ahead,
you're-
go for it.
I think one thing, the citizens coming here today, they came to think that they had 3 minutes to speak, and really to put all your thoughts on something so close to heart is very difficult to do in 3 minutes. I've been there. I think we've all been there. So they're coming in hot, and I don't blame them. But I don't think they've been given a fair process or thought process or time to process their thoughts on what could we do, what could be accomplished there if we're in the driver's seat. And that's the whole point of a possible workshop. It's not giving anything up besides actually giving the citizens more opportunity to get what they want, and not 3 minutes, but in a minute and a half.
Sure.
And rushing. So that's, to be clear, that's what we're saying here is actually it's more fair, I think, to the citizens to give them opportunity in this workshop to talk more. And if we don't like it, we just say no. If they don't want that, we say no. So just to be clear where we're at here.
Yeah, Councilman Spiro, I believe the path forward could be to proceed with the motion, and then we can instruct staff to set up a workshop
Right.
involving the public and, of course, the investors, the Avrils, of course, and trying to find a win-win-win, as Councilman Dick mentioned. That would move us off this point. And I think still allow us to slow roll the RV grant and keep our options open and flexible.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Dick?
I come from quite the interesting background with this property. So from 2009 with the hotel and the restaurant till 2024, I have no deals with Avril. I have no conflict of interest. I have no written or verbal agreements whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it broke my heart to have to leave that property. Trinity was kind of the connection spot for those in our community to come and gather who didn't stay at that hotel. And I can tell you, there was a lot of you that didn't stay at that hotel, and you didn't want your family and friends staying at that hotel, nor did you have your friends staying over at the RV park. So when I hear the legacy of the community that we need to leave with the RV park, I was the one dealing with that RV park quite a bit. I was cleaning up the trash that was left over. We had 2 8-yard dumpsters that used to get filled up with Walmart 65-inch TV boxes. During COVID and after COVID, the front desk of the Best Western became the new Amazon hub, where everything got sent from Amazon or Walmart delivery, and then the RV folks came over, and they're all very wonderful people. We've had a number of them that stayed and ended up buying houses. I just spoke to one the other day that came into the restaurant. They finally bought at the Idaho Club, and they spend most 8 to 9 months traveling out of the country or out of the state, out of Sandpoint in their RV, spending their money away from Sandpoint, right? The legacy that we might leave would be for tourist RV travelers to come and use that property for 3 months out of the year. Again, I thank you, Pam, for calling me the compromiser, but I am always looking for an opportunity where can everybody gain, right? I love the idea of having a public workshop. I would even go so much further as convening a committee with citizens. Those of you with your torches and pitchforks can come on and apply. We can get people from our sustainability, the urban forest, the tree, the bike ped, the arts, culture, and historic preservation, the AFRLs, any other stakeholders in the community. And I think that would be an option, and to explore some ideas. I think we have a huge opportunity here to look, regardless of whether that grant comes in, right? That grant was never envisioned in a Parks and Rec master plan, okay? Not the RV park wasn't. The original, back in 2020, I think the Parks and Rec master plan envisioned the boats, the trucks and the trailers getting out. That is like the lowest hanging fruit to open up parking. And I think in my last 4 years, what I have heard more than anything, but over James Russell or over the hotel, is we don't have great access during the summer months. And when I say we, I mean locals, to parking at City Beach. We could open up 70 spots today if we moved those truck and trailer parking spots over to the RV lot right now without ever having to move the boat moorage, right? We have an opportunity to work and potentially get some ideas on the board. I mean, I'm just looking at my notes right now. There could still be some sort of an RV park. There could be a redesign of the existing City Beach parking lot. We could improve vehicle flow, better public access by increasing the amount of parking spaces, a drop-off area, a turnaround, a bus stop for our public transportation that finally got funded by Sandpoint in the first time fully. And thank you to Mayor and staff and the councilors for backing that up as well. But fully since its existence. Better access to your boat trailers using the launch that's there, a safer route, a pedestrian path with access to the beach and to parking. Molly brought up a great one as well too, a sidewalk on Sandpoint Avenue that, I mean, I can tell you how many conflict points that we've had over there. We're going to be talking later tonight about a potential sidewalk going in there on Church Bridge and First, which can really tie this all in, and our pedestrians getting to and from that aren't going to be using vehicles. On those same lines, some sort of a non-motorized vehicle rack or area, working with the sustainability crew to make sure that maybe we can incentivize people not driving their vehicles down there one way or another. I love the stackable boat storage idea. I think it's an unbelievable revenue stream. If you look around other lake communities, they also, those that have public water access end up going with that. Again, it's just one more opportunity for revenue. The dry storage lockers, I think, are a fantastic idea. Public restrooms, I paid so much money for people to break my urinals and kick my handles, and I did it willingly, and I said, please use our bathroom. Absolutely. You don't need to walk over by Martha's or to the rest of the public restrooms. Any revenue that might come in from a leased portion, we don't, I think what we've heard the community say, we don't want to lease that out. That doesn't mean that Avril's out, right? Until we sit down in a room and we try to figure out and get some ideas on the board what this looks like. We can rethink that entire property without it being an RV lot, right? Without leasing or selling that space or giving up a chunk of any of that. Repaving, we all know, I think Jason, who was it, Jason that told the story of the axle that ripped off down at City Beach because of the potholes, right? We all know what our roads look like. We know what our parking lot infrastructure looks like down there. It's not good. The dark sky compliant lights, Pam, I think of you with this as well too, right? We need lighting down there. It's always, when you get to that point when it's like 9 o'clock in the summertime, it is darker than heck out there. Okay, it is now a safety issue moving forward. Lions Club cultural, I mean, is there something that we can do to honor the Lions Club and the arts community and maybe enhance the experience with our local artistry that we can put down there? I think there's a great opportunity for that. A fund that directly goes into the park CIP for City Beach and Windbag Marina. I think that is a huge opportunity as well. How can we leverage the money that the hotel is going to bring in, not just the economic boon that it might be for everybody downtown and for real estate and all different sectors of it, but how do we figure out, can we tap into some of their revenues and put that into the parks funds so we can build that accounts? I mean, I'm looking down the road, depending on the type of money that we could potentially be talking about, could we possibly repave and restripe City Beach like going into the spring as soon as the weather gets good enough. If we were able to work on some sort of agreement with the public in a workshop. And any other capital improvements that we'd like to make. A gentleman, I can't remember, I'm sorry, what your name was. You talked about revenues, right? And we always look at revenues and where the big squeeze is and what we're going to deal with. A week or so ago, I attended Governor Little's fundraiser at Camp Bay. There's maybe 30 of us from all different industries there to kind of pick the governor's brain on what was going to be happening in the community, what could happen with our lake level, could we keep it up higher? We were all able to ask a couple of questions there. And my question was to the governor, is there an opportunity with all of our small rural communities? Our infrastructure is failing exponentially and the cost of replacement is going up exponentially. Can we find any dollars from your office to come through or through the state to help us with that when we're trying to go out to bond or we're trying to pass new school levies? And his response, and I don't mean this to disparage the governor, but I was pretty frustrated when I heard this. He said, we're still paying for your byway, right? Like that's not a huge benefit to the state of Idaho and commerce coming in from Canada and to Montana and down into Coeur d'Alene and over into Washington as well. The second person that asked a question was Kelly Pryor from Lighthouse. I think everybody knows, and everybody knows Kelly's commitment to the Panhandle Alliance for Education, everything that they've done for schools in our community. He asked for the failing, were there going to be any dollars coming through for the failing infrastructure of our schools? He said it's getting harder and harder every year to pass a levy. And the governor said, you need to hire a better superintendent that can help you guys get those levies passed. Okay. The last question was from Eric Skinner, and Eric Skinner said, we've heard many times that, we've asked many times, what can we do to keep our lake level up on a more, I guess, basically from September into October, maybe going into May and June, right? Where we have a better opportunity maybe to keep more people in here, access to recreation with our lake level. And he said that's something that the feds need to deal with. And right now the government's shut down, and we'll try to help you all you can, but our revenues are going. I think, Mr. Mayor, there's income. Maybe you can explain the hole in the state of Idaho's revenue right now.
Yeah, the state of Idaho, House Bill 40, reduced state income tax to 5.3 something, a small change. They originally thought that was going to come at a cost of 200 million. It may cost annually. It may cost much more than that annually. The net impact to most people in this room is a couple $100 a year.
Mr. Mayor,
It's a huge cost.
may I ask that we stay on track here?
Yeah,
We are
President,
getting late
absolutely.
and we have much more on the agenda, so I'm going to call for a vote.
There's
Repeat,
been a
please,
call for a vote.
what the motion is.
Motion was your motion.
Yes, I know. May I repeat it?
You can, or the clerk can, either way.
Well, we are asked to provide direction to staff regarding how to proceed with the request submitted by Averill Hospitality Group, a lease or purchase of the City Beach RV Park property.
Councilwoman
That was the-
Duquette, if you would like to repeat the motion, or I can have the clerk repeat the motion.
I'm going to repeat the motion, but we're off the topic of what the motion was. My motion was option number 3, decline to pursue lease or sale negotiations confirming the city's intent to retain both facilities as publicly managed and publicly accessible park assets. That's what the motion was.
And there's been a call for a vote.
I'd like to amend the motion.
There's been a motion to amend the motion.
Second.
There's a second.
You haven't even heard the amendment yet.
My amendment would go for option number 3 in directing the staff to hold a public workshop with the Averills, with the community on how we might envision that property besides an RV park or potentially an RV park as well.
There's a motion. I'm not sure if that's where we're at in Roberts, but
We can't
I think there's been a call for a vote, so let's
Right.
vote on that. Madam Clerk, if you can call on
We
that.
clarify that again, say, Melissa, can you just read what the motion original was? I know Pam did, but I just want to make sure I'm voting the way I think I'm voting.
I would need to bring that up. She's reading it verbatim from something from a staff report, which
Exactly. That was our action.
So that's the motion.
So the motion is
page
to
305
decline,
of our
from what I
packet.
understand.
I'm sorry,
as
to
Pam-
deny.
To
the-
deny. Okay, that's
Deny
what we need to
these
know.
for sale negotiations with Avril for that piece of property.
Okay, I just want to know if
Okay,
it's
sorry.
deny or not.
Can we proceed with the vote?
Mr. Mayor, there was a motion to amend. Is there no second?
Was there a second there?
Well,
There was.
yeah, so
Thank you. So there's a motion to amend with a second. Is the maker of, I guess we now go on to a vote on the amendment.
And Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
we need to hear the amendment before we can have a second. So we need to hear what the amendment is.
In my understanding, the amendment was to amend the motion to also instruct staff to initiate a workshop with Avril and the public for the use of that space.
Usually we vote on the motion to amend, and then depending on how the outcome of that, then we vote on the motion.
Did I capture your motion
Yeah,
generally
yeah.
correct? And is there?
And I guess with the understanding that there may be a written proposal to come after the workshop.
Sure, there could be.
Let me ask a question
Is there-
on that
First, can we get
amendment.
is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Seconded by.
Does that include any sale or
No.
what lease to Avril? That's what the whole thing was.
No,
I am,
That's, I'm affirming
yeah,
your,
There will be-
I'm affirming number one.
we are
and then
denying
we're looking
any
at The public.
or, thank you.
So there's a motion, a second. Can we get a vote on the amendment?
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
No.
Counselor Duquette,
No,
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro.
be very clear, we're doing this because in case the public doesn't just want an RV park, but if that's what they want in this workshop, then that's great. Yes.
that's not in there.
You can amend
Mr. Mayor, motion
In the
passes.
motion.
Motion passes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll go to the full vote on the amended motion. So just for clarification, the motion is to not sell or lease and to proceed with a workshop in general. The specifics are in the record. Anyone have any questions?
No idea.
Would you repeat that, Mayor?
The motion is generally to not sell or lease the property to Averill Hospitality and to concurrently proceed with a workshop with the public, including Averill Hospitality on alternative options or public input on the use of this space that we're talking about.
Thank you.
You there? Can we do a roll call vote?
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes,
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, council. Thank you, Averil's. Thank you, Ben. I would request a 5-minute recess to have a bathroom break and then continue. Haley. Meeting reconvened at 8:40 PM.
Mr. Mayor,
You recognize, Councilman?
I would like, whether it's a motion format, to move number 10 to the next item on the agenda. They've been here for a long time, and they've unfortunately have been a part of some meetings where it didn't work out well for them. So I think it's only right and fair that we move that up.
Motion is second, motion by Spiro, second by Schreiber.
yes.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Moving on to item number 10. Old business, we'll now move on to old business with a proposed ordinance for amendment to the Sandpoint City Code 329. This time I'll yield the floor to Community Planning and Development Director Jason Welker.
I'm going to join the Zoom really quick. Just give me a moment. No, it's okay.
Recording in progress.
You can go through 1,000 tabs I have open. Am I muted? Thank you. Okay. So let me see if I open up the right. You're not even seeing my.
Mr. Mayor,
Clerk?
sorry to interrupt, but while Jason is pulling that up, we did have some other public comment
Yeah.
during general public comment.
Yeah, I'm aware. We're gonna have to swing back to that as soon as we get through number 10 here.
Okay. Okay, I'll be really quick. The police chief and I and Zach, our attorney, collaborated on this for the third or fourth time. And let's just look at the changes here. So underlined are the additions, striked out are the changes, the deletions. We thought it was easier just to replace some of the language under the locations where alcohol is allowed and kind of break it into a couple different categories. So first of all, we've added boardwalks. That was the police chief's recommendation. That's not changed since last time we presented this, as a place where alcohol is not permitted. And then for authorized locations, we pulled out City Beach Park because there's somewhat unique conditions there. And we've said the following. So the consumption of alcoholic beverages shall be permitted only in the following locations: Farm and Park, War Memorial Field, then within the, is it the Lions Club? Elks or Lions Club facility and the historic museum at Lakeview Park and at the James E. Russell Sports Center, Traverse Park. And then there's some conditions here. Alcohol served at Farm and Park and War Memorial Field shall be permitted only for events approved under the city special event permitting process pursuant to Title 6, Chapter 6. And then this is also new, this language, because this wasn't, it actually dawned on me during my staff presentation a few weeks ago that we can't treat events at the James E. Russell Sports Center the same as we do as those other parks, because the intent of allowing alcohol at the James E. Russell Sports Center is not for special events, but for private events, or a special event if it chooses to do so as well. But private events are not treated like special events in the city. So at James E. Russell Sports Center, for example, if a fundraising or event takes place there, that's not necessarily permitted as a special event. So by saying that only events permitted as special events can serve alcohol, we wouldn't even allow something like the Festival of Trees or a dinner auction to take place at James E. Russell. So Ryan is working on, he may have already drafted a facility use agreement for events to serve alcohol. So that's another change that was made. And then we separated out City Beach Park, and Zach contributed to this quite a bit as well. I'll just read it for you. The consumption of beer and wine, that's another request the council made. We're going to limit it to beer and wine at City Beach Park. Shall be permitted within a designated smaller area, Councilwoman Rule, located in the northwest corner of the interior lawn of City Beach Park during events organized as community fundraisers. This is very important. The language Councilman Dick proposed was for nonprofits. Zach wisely recommended, do you want to give it a reason why we said no, we shouldn't limit it just to nonprofits, but this is better language, Zach?
I learned from my mistakes. So limiting it to nonprofits creates a class of persons or entities that are entitled to, get the open container or get the permit at the expense of other class and persons. And so changing it to community fundraisers makes it about the event itself and not about the person or the entity that's applying for it. And frankly, that's much more defensible.
And then we define a community fundraiser. That's long definition. And then each qualifying organization or group. So another suggestion last time was we need to clarify, like, how do we determine who gets a permit if multiple groups want to host an event? So each qualifying organization or group may host one single day event per month from September through June. That was a recommendation from Councilman Dick, excluding July and August. So we take the peak season out. And then if multiple qualifying applications occur for the same month, city staff shall conduct a random drawing in a public setting, okay? So that's what we pulled out for City Beach, since we're treating it quite differently. The area that Councilwoman Rule had concerns about how close we were going to allow alcohol to the beach volleyball courts, so we've kind of shrunk that area a little bit. And then we have this general conditions section, which is just conditions that apply to all permitted alcohol serving events. So that's what we've done. We think this is obviously it's like the third or fourth version of this, and things just get better the more thought we put into it and the more feedback we get from council. So we're hoping this works for council tonight and we can put a bow on this amendment. So if you have any questions.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask?
You
a
are
question?
recognized.
May I be recognized? Thank you. On that, could you scroll back to number 2, please? I just wonder if the wording is confusing. I'm just a word person. It says, each qualifying organization or group may host one single day event per month. They can't each do one every month.
Right.
So should we change that somehow? May host a,
We did go back and forth about this language quite a bit to,
because that sounds like you can do it every month to me.
You just need to switch the order of the sentence.
Thank you.
One single day event per month by a qualifying organization or group.
Mr. Mayor, I've got another suggestion that may
Councilman Howard?
help, because I had the same problem. I rewrote it as a qualifying organization or group may apply to host a single day event for the months of September to June. And then if multiple qualifying activities are requested in the same month, right? So it says multiple entities can apply, but there's only going to be one awarded.
Okay, instead of hosting, they can each apply, but not host.
Not host.
Each
Because
month.
I had the same problem
Okay,
you did,
it
that,
just was confusing to me.
but that may be a nit.
No, I think that's a fine modification, and I don't think that changes the meaning of the ordinance in any way. We can continue to move forward tonight. Thank you.
Then if I.
When we do, if we go that route, when we make the motion, just please clearly outline the language that you want included in there.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Zach.
I will let.
Any other discussion?
I do have another question. What happens again if things are not followed? Last time I talked, I know I wanted added language. Is that in the repeal and severability? Does that mean if something happens, they can't do it again?
Councilman Duquette, you're saying in the event if somebody abuses the event
I
and
mentioned that last time. I would like to have had something like we review it in a year or see.
I'm
What
going
do
to
you-
defer to Zach here, but I think we always have the discretion to deny a permit based on historic use and
So if in the past they didn't follow the rules of what we said, they have to be in a certain place and they can't be.
If that's allowed for in the special use permit law, then yes, we can, that would apply here. So I guess I would kick it back over to Mr. Welker to confirm that if we can deny a special use permit based on this, then we can deny the alcohol permit.
I don't really.
it's probably going to be our clerks who are specialists in special
Clerk
words.
question, yeah.
I don't believe we've ever denied one based on historic activities, but
But this is new. We've never allowed this
No,
at the
we
beach before.
Right.
So if somebody isn't doing what they're supposed to with that ability to drink beer and wine, is there anything we can do to?
well, we have some discretion on these special events based on historical actions of the entity applying. I imagine we would just have to be pretty robust in our documentation of any violations of their historical permits and justify why we are denying it based on historical practice.
Yeah, I just like things in writing, I guess, instead of just saying we can do that. Because it's just a gray. makes it-
Mr. Mayor?
Council President?
I think we discussed at our last meeting that those provisions are more appropriate in the actual event permitting piece. So I would request you work with staff to find out those details, and if they don't satisfy you, to bring that forward, and we'll change the event permitting process.
Okay.
But this is just to serve the
Okay,
alcohol.
thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And then
if
it'd be
it's in
very clear.
Permitting so that it's clear.
Right, exactly.
That you
Yeah.
could not do it again if.
Yes.
okay. All right, if it's in there, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
if it's helpful, under city code, for the special events section of city code, it does state there are violation penalties.
Okay,
stated there.
and that's what I wondered if that was the part that said, I just don't understand the language, repealed and severability, is that it?
No,
Mean if something
no,
happened?
that's
It's not,
right,
okay.
the
all right.
ordinance. No. Any other discussion? If
For
not,
Mayor.
we'll move on to.
Jason, can you scroll up to the 607 to 611, Ella? Was there a time for how many times that they were allowed to?
No,
have them?
that would be through a lease agreement, not through this code. This code is about where alcohol is allowed to be
Gotcha.
served, not how many.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. And actually, one last thing that I would like to say, I appreciate all the counselors looking at this and putting some guardrails on it, and I think you guys did a fine job with doing this. But at some point in the motion, or I would like to make a motion to direct the city staff to go back to the Chamber of Commerce, because they are the ones that are going to lose their property when the hotel goes down there. Their beer fest that typically happens in July down there. They will not be able to use this in July and actually have their beer fest, to try to figure out some sort of a way that they can get into Farm and Park and work on that lease agreement with the farmers market potentially, and move one of them around and allow them to do their beer fest still in July, which they've done for the last 12 to some odd years. Of 15 years.
I think we can work towards that, Councilman Dick, and we also have Community Hall, which is an underutilized, wonderful space with green areas around it. All right, I'll now ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, before the ordinance is read, we did have a resident sign up for public comment on this.
On this topic.
agenda item.
I will give deference to, since we've had such a interesting meeting, let's take public comment on this item real quickly.
Okay, we have Mariah Williams.
Wouldn't want you to have come for nothing.
I know, I sat here for how many hours? My name is Mariah Williams. I'm a resident of the county, not of the city. I just have one quick, and I had just mentioned, I did read through everything and I feel great about this. I appreciate everything, the time you've all put into it. My only one tweak clarification, you have an allowance in there, so if there are multiple organizations applying in a specific month, but there isn't a definition of what eligibility for a qualifying organization, like what that time frame might be. So if somebody applies in right now for a permit in June, and then somebody applies in May for a permit in June, but you've already awarded the first one, what's the deadline, I guess is my question. And if one's approved first, or is it based on the day? I don't know. That's my question.
Thank you.
After all this, we don't want them not to be able.
Any other public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Public comment is closed on this item. Is Director Welker still in the room? I don't see him. Oh, yes. So, Jason, any thoughts on that? If, is it first in, first in line? If we get two applications the same day, then do we do the drawing?
When do we do the lottery?
Yeah.
Maybe we, as a policy, we'll have to set up like a 3-month window or something, 3 months beforehand. If there are multiple applicants, we do a drawing. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, internal policy seems to work better.
Now, that could be problematic as well.
B.
For a group that doesn't know if they're gonna have that date secured. So I understand, like, you need to start planning more than 3 months ahead, so.
What about October 1st, the start of the fiscal year?
Can Mariah speak again? She had a comment. They did drive this whole thing.
I mean, the thing that comes to mind is 4th of July, right? Like, we've already been down that path. Some of you are somewhat scarred from that. We had competing people wanting to do 4th of July events, and we let the customary historical applicant have first right. So I think that's probably a good solution.
Or Mr. Mayor, just in our motion, can we just direct staff to go finalize that question? Even though we may approve it tonight with clarification for that one item, which I think is a great question that you asked, instead of trying to solve it here on the dais.
So, and I hate to throw a wrench in all this. I mean, we are talking about modifying the ordinance. So I don't think that this is something where you can pass the publication or the modification of the ordinance and then direct staff to tweak it later.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, no.
One thing, when you clearly outline the language change that you want incorporated, that's totally different. So, and that is a legitimate concern that frankly I overlooked.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Council President?
could we potentially, if the council so votes, pass the ordinance this evening and bring it back for a remake?
Absolutely.
Or
Absolutely.
or decline it and bring it back the next. Next.
Well, I wonder, does the ordinance,
There's no rush to have it.
does the ordinance have to articulate the time frame at which you do a drawing? No, I don't think it should.
That can be in a policy.
Yeah, that's a policy.
That can be part of the policy, so we can strike that language from the ordinance and just have it be in policy. The reason I wanted to incorporate it in the ordinance was so that it was very clear how that would be done, but it can absolutely be done by policy.
The whole thing about the
The
lottery.
random drawings, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. So that's,
I
can be
think that'd
solved
be
in a
better.
policy and we can come up with a solution. Before we vote, Councilman Howarth, you had some specific language. Do you have the ability to read that again?
I totally understand what language you're trying to get at, and we'll work on that, Zach and I.
Okay.
So this will probably come back to you one more time as an ordinance.
Okay,
with the
and
corrected
I'm
language.
happy to send it to you as well.
And if we're gonna strike I do think we should bring it back to you. If we're gonna strike the random drawing stuff, that changes it substantively, rather than just.
And
Some-
Zach, for a recent history, we've always been passing ordinances and suspending the rules. One of the great things that used to happen here was ordinance took 3 separate readings.
Mhm.
And you could make minor changes between them. And that's what I would recommend, that we proceed with this first. And then not entertain the rules suspension.
That's fine. Yeah.
That way it still stays on, it just comes back.
Perfect.
So that would be a future meeting or?
Yeah, the
right
next
now?
meeting. We
Okay.
do it 3 different times.
Okay.
So I'd now ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance. If you don't mind.
An ordinance of the City of Sandpoint, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, amending Sandpoint City Code Title III, Chapter 2, Section 9, Open Container Law, providing for severability and providing for publication and an effective date.
I'd entertain a motion that the ordinance pass its first reading by title only and the summary is approved.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Aspiro, second by Rule. This will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Madam Clerk?
quick question for legal counsel. Does that affect the summary to the point we should not approve it this evening?
I'll have to look at the summary.
I believe it does.
Okay.
If that's the case, it would be a motion to entertain that the ordinance pass its first reading by title only.
Zach, check. Yeah, yes, that would be.
Yes, by title only, I think it would affect the summary. We would have to tweak the summary.
Yep. So an appropriate motion would be, I would entertain a motion that the ordinance pass its first reading by title only.
So moved.
And skip.
Second.
Skip the summary as motion by Schreiber, second by Rule.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Thank you. The ordinance has passed its first reading by title only. And I would encourage the council to move on. Let's bring back the second reading at a future meeting. So is there any interest in amending the rules to require 3 separate readings? Or can we proceed at the next meeting with the second reading?
We need a motion for this.
No, I can just move right on.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so this will come back for its second reading and revisions, and we'll proceed at our next meeting. Okay, where are we? So we were back now, excuse me, and thanks to everyone for their
Public
attention.
comments.
Yes, public comment. So we will now enter our public comment period. Like to make everyone aware, the city does have a policy on meeting decorum, as I mentioned. The rules are outside. Please be respectful, not derogatory, and not be disorderly. No calling out, clapping, or holding up signs. Comment only. not for debate or questions. With that, Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak on public comment? Hasn't been addressed yet.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Stuart Howell.
Excellent.
Very
Stuart,
patient man.
thanks for your patience tonight.
I see I've got double the time. That's all.
Yes.
Thanks to wait.
I'm Stuart Howe. I'm a resident of Sandpoint, have been for years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. There's, an issue with graffiti in the town. It's gotten worse in the years I've been here, and I just wanted that to, be back on the record. There's a couple of really good videos that Casey Whalen and I have put up if you really want to see how much graffiti is being shown to people that come here on the bike trail that goes to Pondere, along Sandpoint, along the Sand Creek. It's alarming. So just like to point that out to you, make you aware of that, and hopefully there won't be a lot of finger pointing as to who gets to clean it up, because somebody should just get out there and clean it up. I know you can find a way. I just would compel you.
Are you volunteering, Mr. Howe?
Yes, I am. Actually, I am.
Thank you.
If somebody will provide me with like a, what do they blow
Paint.
nutshells on it, or they have the little things that blow, yeah, I'll do it. In any case, let me not waste the most of my 3 minutes here. There's another thing going on, I'm sure some of you are aware, with the YMCA. And tomorrow, some of our elected representatives, Cornell Razor and Scott Herndon, are going to be on globally, nationwide, on Alex Jones' InfoWars, talking about the brouhaha there. There are a lot of people that are up in arms. So that's going to be a thing. We should get out ahead of it. A lot of these issues that we're facing are being framed as one thing when actually they're really about another thing. There's an agenda to kind of really take away what makes Sandpoint Sandpoint, and it's already taken away a lot of quality of life at a lot of the cities that I've been, able to live in off and on for the past 10 years. 8 years, I traveled the country and got to be a resident in different areas before I landed in Sandpoint. And what's going on here is a harbinger of this place not being as nice of a place to live. So I hope we address the graffiti. I hope we address some of the other issues, like what's trying to move into the YMCA. Somebody just needs to say, hey, the buck stops here, and that's not okay here. If you really represent the citizenry, I think you're going to find out what Mama Bear has to say about what's going on at the YMCA. It should not be tolerated. The last thing is, with this whole deal coming down from Boise and Governor Little, I'm sure you're probably aware, is part of the Council of Governors who takes money from George Soros, and there's an overriding agenda. And that's why there's money tied into doing things like conforming with these mask mandates on this last round of COVID. I would ask the city council to strongly look at getting ahead of what's coming. There's going to be a COVID 2.0 or something where they're going to ask people to lock down, close businesses. I think there's been a line in the sand drawn by a lot of citizens, and we're just not having that anymore. It's over a hoax. It's provably the emergency that it was all based on was a fraud. So I just had to put that out there. Thank you very much. The city looks great. Let's keep it nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Mr. Mayor, we have Dennis Hook.
Thanks for your patience, Mr. Hook.
Sure, thank you. Forgive my attire. I work in construction, didn't have time to get home and get cleaned up. I am a resident of Bonner County. I don't live in Sandpoint proper, but my parents or my mom does here. I am not a native, but I've been here since 1990, so I do consider myself to be a local. I have seen many changes happen in Sandpoint. I can fondly remember after tonight's emotional meeting, sitting out on Edgewater deck and having a meal and hanging out on City Beach right out there. And I remember Kamloops and Conlins and the little cafe next to Harold's IGA that all the old loggers would go into. I was a dishwasher at Fifth Avenue Restaurant, Super Bowls at Mitzi's. I worked at Lighthouse on the production line and would get stuck at Fifth Avenue and Larch on the train tracks when the trains still ran through town. And I'm a very introverted person. I don't like this kind of thing. So forgive me if I'm stumbling. Even with all the changes that I've seen in this town. Oh, and I did want to throw out, I do remember the hearty smile and the wonderful laughter of Ernie Bellwoods every time he went into Bellwoods Furniture, if you remember him. Wonderful man. But with all the changes I've seen in town, nothing has moved me to come and stand in this chamber and address the council of this city before. But there was a change that happened in Sandpoint, and I, as a resident here, was not involved in that, and that's on me. But in 2012, a word transgender was entered into the code 5-2-10, 1 through 3. And while I believe the council was good intentioned in what they were doing, 13 years later, we are seeing ramifications of that that were unintended. And what it has opened up, specifically I'm addressing, is the YMCA's policy that they are hiding under this code, that not only allows them, but almost requires, excuse me, requires them to be able to allow men into women's changing areas. And I think that is a violation of the rights of privacy of women and little girls. There is already 2 separate rooms in there that people can go into. And I just don't believe it's right for women to have to be exposed to a man while they are not just in a room, but it is a room that has showers and lockers, and people are fully undressing to change, to be a participant in the facility, and to get ready to go back outside in society. And I don't believe they should have to be put in a position, in a vulnerable position, to be around a man. It doesn't seem like a right thing. I would humbly ask that the council could reconsider the code and clarify it, that it would provide protection for women in private spaces. Thank you for
Mr.
your
Hook,
time.
could you just again reference that section of code? I'm unfamiliar with it.
5-2-10, paragraphs 1 through 3. I think it's actually in the first paragraph. It's the human's rights.
Thank you, Mr. Hook, for bringing that to our attention.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Jennifer Hook.
Councilmen and women,
Hello, Mrs. Hook.
and Mr. Mayor. I've also never done this. I was the lifeguard that found the man in the bathroom. Sorry, I was the lifeguard at the YMCA, and I still am, that found the man in the bathroom. I was unaware that this was a policy that was okay, and it was not an illegal thing. So I'm just going to read you what happened. This is my incident report. My name is Jennifer Hook. I'm a lifeguard at the YMCA Lighthouse Branch in Sandpoint, Idaho. On Wednesday, October 15th, approximately 1:50 p.m., I was doing my locker room checks and found a man semi-dressed. He had a bra and a towel around his waist as a woman. He semi-dressed as a woman coming out of the shower. I did not see his genitalia, but I could tell you that this was a man. I commented to him on the amount of stuff he had with him because it was a lot of clothing and toiletry items. He distinctly had a male voice when he laughed and mumbled as his reply to me. I did not confront him, but continued to observe him to make sure that I was really seeing what I thought I saw because I was in shock. I then confirmed that he was a man, noticing that he had a male chest under the bra and no breasts. I checked the rest of the locker room to make sure that there was no vulnerable people or children in there. And then I went outside the locker room to the front desk to my superiors to tell them that there was a man in the women's locker room and that somebody needed to call 911. As I do not carry my phone with me while working. After I told the facility manager and the aquatics director that there was a man, excuse me, in the women's bathroom, they both told me that there was nothing that could be done about that, and the YMCA allows that per company policy. I then asked them to show me the policy because I was unaware, and I've worked there for 1.5 years. And they showed me the policy, and we couldn't find the laws. I then immediately went to my locker in the same locker room, passing by the man and his companion, who was a woman, probably his friend, as they were sitting next to each other preparing to do their hair and makeup. I stopped and talked to them again regarding her phone usage in the locker room, as we have signs that prohibiting phone usage in the locker room per privacy policy. The female that was with the man complied and put her phone away. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I got my phone out of my locker room. I got my phone out of my locker and proceeded to just outside the pool deck to call 911 myself. I relayed the incident to the 911 operator, and she took my information and said she would dispatch it. Just a minute or two later, the Sandpoint police called me back. Sergeant Ziegler called me and told me that there was no law being broken and there was nothing that I could do, or nothing that they could do either. He also told me that if I wanted to make a difference, that I needed to contact my legislature to make changes in the laws. During this time, I alerted my coworkers.
Ms. Hook, if you could break,
yeah.
I'm sensitive to your comments. If you just wrap it up, though.
Yeah, so the reason we're here tonight is because we recognize that the YMCA has their nationwide policy and they're implementing it in Sandpoint here because of the citywide ordinance that my husband cited. And so, and there's holes in that ordinance, for lack of a better word, and I think holes in the state law too, to protect women and children in these situations. As a lifeguard, I thought it was my duty to keep the locker room safe and make sure there was nobody that needed my help, along with the pool deck. So that's why we're here. We need help and direction to see what we can do. And with your guys' help, maybe you can tell us what we need to do to fix this.
Thank you, Ms. Hook. If you, I'm unaware of this ordinance, I'm more than welcome to visit with you and our legal and police on the ramifications of it, and we'll provide you some clarity. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Elizabeth Oakton.
Well, I didn't plan to speak twice tonight, but here I am. This is actually the main reason that I'm here, and it will be somewhat redundant to what the Hooks have expressed. I believe that the council needs to review the clause 5-2-10 as I think it's being misinterpreted, or it's too vague in general at this time. It's allowing biological males into a woman's only space, to women's bathrooms and locker rooms, to where women shower and change and sauna, to an area that our high school and middle school teams are required to use because it is the only pool that we have within an hour for them to train. There are lots of families out there that are deeply upset by this and have had to change the lifestyles for themselves. I no longer swim there, but have had to change how they approach the pool and swim teams for their daughters, and I think that's wrong. I would ask that the council would review this clause, and I think you'll find that a lot of people in the community were just as shocked as we were when it happened, and I'm grateful for Jenny for stepping forward and bringing this to our attention. I think it's something that no one knew or expected here in the Sandpoint community. So I don't know what the best way, like Jenny said, to address this, but other than to bring it up and ask you guys to please review this and make the best call for our city.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Mr. Mayor, no one else has signed up at this time.
Thank you. That will conclude the public comment period for this evening's meeting. Okay. Consent calendar. Oh, moving on to new business, item 8. Next, we'll hold a public hearing for the purpose of taking testimony on a proposed resolution permitting submission of an application seeking a community development block grant for funding to be used towards Phase 3 downtown revitalization project. For the record, any written comment received or forward to the council if received in time to do so. At this time, I'll yield the floor to project manager Rachel McKinley. Rachel, thank you for being here tonight and all your work on the wastewater bond.
Yeah.
Rachel single-handedly motivated enormous amount of people. That bond.
I would
Educated.
No, I would say single-handedly. It was definitely a wonderful team effort and lots of posting up flyers.
Yeah.
With our public admin, Jessica, she was very helpful.
Mr. Mayor,
I can't take all the
my
credit.
apologies for the interruption, but Rachel, will you ensure that your mic is on, please?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
you.
Okay. So Yep, we are here today to discuss a proposal or grant proposal submission. I'm actually going to have Eric start the presentation. Oh.
Council, apologies. I think we're gonna just present in regular PowerPoint mode instead of presenter mode. It's not quite cooperating. But wanted to give you a quick background, downtown Phase 3. This slide was before you in March when we presented an update on this project as we were preparing, ultimately preparing to issue the RFQ to hire design services. This is just a quick kind of refresher. Phase 1 was completed in 2018. Downtown revitalization Phase 2 completed in 2020. And what we're requesting here is to kind of follow the same strategy that we did with Phases 1 and Phase 2 with respect to how the project was kind of categorized and broken out funding wise. So SURA, the Sandpoint Urban Renewal Agency, funded the bulk of both of those phases of the projects. Sidewalks, utilities, road, stormwater, site amenities, et cetera. For Phase 1 and 2 as well, Sandpoint was awarded a community development block grant that funded the street lighting. We were requesting kind of following that same process for Phase 3, but we would include site amenities in this as well. And this is in service of applying for another community development block grant for Phase 3. So basically following the same structure we've done previously, which was successful and did not have much in the way of pitfalls as far as we could tell, and adding site amenities into that scope of work as well in this phase.
Sharing the wrong presentation, so I'm going to pull that back up. Is that? There we go.
So as this is a similar graphic that was presented in March. This is the kind of redevelopment area for Phase 3. What we're calling Phase 3A and Phase 3B. Phase 3A is the main component of the project. So the infrastructure, the sidewalks, the road infrastructure, the utility upgrades, et cetera. Phase 3B is the scope of work that would be included in the community development block grant, which is, like I just mentioned, the site lighting and the site amenities. Site amenities meaning trash cans, picnic benches, bike racks.
Lighting.
Sorry?
Lighting.
Lighting. And not picnic benches, sidewalk benches. Apologies for the misspeak there. And likely also street trees, or at least a component of the street tree planning portion. So that's the 3A and 3B component here for clarity.
This is just a basic graphic, kind of ground up, will be the community development block grant. SURA and the water utility would be doing everything pavement down for funding sources. Just as part of our grant requirement, we want to go over what this grant program is. This is federal funds that is administered by the Idaho Department of Commerce. There is no match requirement. This is a competitive grant. So we do have federal compliance as well, such as NEPA, ADA, Davis, Bacon, and Build America, Buy America. The grant application process, the submission of the application is due November 21st. There will be a review and ranking in the fall. There will be a submission of an addendum to that proposal in the winter of 2000, 2025-26, and then the project is awarded by the governor in the spring of 2026. The downtown revitalization program is about addressing or meeting the national objective, which addresses prevention or elimination of slum and blight. However, the benefits are much more than that and more than infrastructure improvements. It's about creating and retaining economic vitality of downtown Sandpoint and access regardless of income. So just some examples of existing improvements that are site amenities and street lighting. As per this grant, we would continue those looks, the same street lighting with dark skies ordinance, as well as that historic look and feel, looking at trash cans and recycling bins, the backed benches or non-backed bike racks. And with this grant, we would look at if there was a potential to put a covered bus stop, maybe near Bridge Street. So we're working with spot routes to see if that would be feasible and a amenity that would be supported. The project schedule, we're advised to be very clear that this is phase A and phase B. Phase A is, again, sidewalk, everything below, would start now with the design period in fall of 2025 and would be completed by spring 2027. And then phase B would follow on after, starting in spring 2027 with the new contract and new design, and then be completed by fall 2028.
Yeah, just one comment there. I think that would be spring 2026, that second blue dot.
Okay, I'll update that. And in between that, there would definitely be council actions and direction. And part of the grant requirement is to have public hearings before you submit the proposal, as well as in the middle of your construction phase. So there will be that opportunity for citizens to participate in the project.
And if I may, while we're still on this slide, I kind of saw a couple furrowed brows when we were going over the schedule. And part of the reason for design being included twice, fall of 2025 initiating for phase 3A and spring of 2027 initiated for phase 3B is due to the separation requirements. So the community development block grant cannot be a component of phase 3A without federalizing the whole project. And what federalizing means is being required to have comply with Davis-Bacon, Build America, Buy America, et cetera. So our intention is to complete phase 3A and have phase 3B as a separate component, which would, those amenities would be located, meaning we know where they're going to go as a part of phase 3A. We're just separating the design and construction of everything above grade. That I realize that's a little bit confusing. The intention is to not basically artificially elevate our construction cost for phase 3A so we can get a little bit more for our money, and have a phase 3B, the block grant, as a separate component of the project, which is the same structure that was done previously. And I can't speak to how the timing worked out at that time, but just for a little bit of clarity there.
And then this is a high level budget. We would be requesting up to $650,000 in grant funds. With about $1,000, we estimated that would be time that our committees would be reviewing the project. So their time during committee meetings of discussion, that's what we just kind of estimated. And then other would be administrative costs, about 60,000 plus another 20 in SURA funds for either design. And we have the design cut sheets from the previous phases, so we will be putting those forward as match. So our next steps if it is approved after tonight, we will finalize documents. We already have documents on the city's downtown revitalization webpage, which was in the staff report. We'll be accepting public comment until November 19th on the grant application and those documents. Also on the 19th, we'll be asking for a resolution to establish the Phase 3 redevelopment area, which is a part of the grant requirement, which was that map that we showed you earlier. There will be an associated report that discusses that it meets the eligibility for the grant for area-wide prevention of slum and blight. And then also just on the November 19th meeting, approve the design agreement for Phase 3A with Welchcomer.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, and council, just a little more background. As you probably recall, I've mentioned I sit on that board that makes these recommendations for approval. It's a fairly competitive grant pool. We'll end up getting probably 8 or 10 over demand for the dollars available. If we make it through that first phase, it comes to the Economic Advisory Council for final recommendation and then on to the governor. So do you have any questions at this time? We are currently working with Welchcomer on their design, scope of work, and fee. I'm sure the first thing that's going to jump to your mind is, when are we going to be involved? That Welchcomer design process is a very robust public involvement, council involvement. So the only reason this is before you right now is because the deadline is end of November here. So rest assured, the whole design of Phase 3 will be very publicly facing council involvement, engagement. I'm looking at you, Kyle, because I know you have great thoughts on this. So yeah, if there are any questions, we'd entertain them at this time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
the last day accepting public comment, November 19th, how are you getting public comment?
We did put the public hearing as the requirement in the grant, but we also have a Facebook post that we'll put out, and it can be on that website.
Is
So
that coming up?
it is coming up, yes. And so, yeah, we did our grant requirement was 7 days before the meeting, but we can do additional outreach as directed by council.
And you mentioned more recycle bins?
Yes, so it would coincide with, based on the design, if recycling, we budgeted in recycling bins with trash cans, so it would be both, essentially, if that's what the design ended up being.
Kind of like the ones we have?
They could be identical.
Okay, because I was going to say there's one right there in that corner, but you're talking the whole.
Yeah, and it's kind of like picking that up and carrying it further down. We did the assessment, and so that I'll show what is missing, essentially from Lake Street or from Church Street down. There's some elements that are missing along that corridor.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of a similar question to what Councilor Duquette just asked. Reading the citizen participation plan that was in the packet says just tonight and then one other public hearing midway through the project. And I didn't see a whole lot of details about what exactly we're doing. So I guess my concern is that we're approving it and then we're not going to know what we're getting until we're halfway through it. Is that accurate?
I can jump in a little bit on that. So, Councilman Schreiber, this is the requirement for the grant, that you have to have at least 2 public hearings. Once we enter into the fee and the process and with Welchcomer and that team, you're going to see a whole robust citizen involvement plan that goes well beyond what's required by the block grant application. And you'll get to comment and vote and.
Okay, so there's going to be public involvement beyond this participation plan
tons.
as part of 3A, but that's going to include elements of 3B.
Correct. And that's why we chose actually Welchcomer, the team selected them because they did such an incredible public engagement process down in Pullman, Washington on a downtown revitalization.
Excellent.
Very
Yeah, that answers my question. And then, I guess I have a little bit of a issue with the terms slum and blight, especially when we're referring to our nicest parts of downtown. So can you speak to that since you sit on the
it's a requirement that you have to show the need In this case, we do have a burnt-out building in vicinity of the area. Some communities take that and aren't successful with their grant applications because they don't have true slum and blight. Based on the dozens I've seen in the past 3 years, a hole in the ground like Bridge Street would qualify for slum and blight. So we just need to meet the standard, and Commerce checks the box that, yes, you have demonstrated slum and blight.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also add, it's also the prevention of, so not saying that you have it, you're preventing it also is part of that.
We're
Perfect,
kind of
thank you.
lucky. We're lucky we have a hole in the ground. As lucky as you can be. Any other council questions? Next, at this time, I'll prepare to proceed to public hearing. For the record, any written comments received were included in the meeting packet, otherwise provided to council if received in time to do so. If you wish to testify this evening, please complete a sign-up form, hand it to staff at the back table. Because it's not a land use or otherwise quasi-judicial hearing, those attending remotely may testify. If you're on Zoom and wish to speak, please raise your hand at this time. City policy provides that the presiding officer may allow gifted time during a public hearing where you may give your 3 minutes to someone else. I will allow gifted time for this hearing. Please note that any person giving time may only do so once, and the person receiving time may only receive one gift for a total of up to 6 minutes for the person receiving gifted time to speak. If you are given time, please state as much when you are beginning speaking and state the name of the person who donated their time. Both parties must be present here in chambers, otherwise each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. The rules of civility and decorum, as recited earlier, are in effect. The public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to testify? Are there any hands raised on Zoom at this time?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any members of the public who haven't testified who wish to do so? This will be the last opportunity before the hearing is closed. Public hearing is now closed. We'll now move on to the action item on the agenda for deliberation and discussion of the proposed resolution. Council, any deliberation on the grant application resolution? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for Idaho Community Development Block Grant Application submittal for Downtown Revitalization Project Phase 3B to improve street lighting and site amenities.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dick, second by Rule. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
All right, I think we are now moving on to item 11, which is new business. We will move on to a proposed resolution to award contract to Big Sky Idaho Corporation for the Bridge Street retaining wall project. I will yield the floor to Project Manager Eric Bush.
Good evening, counselors, again. I don't think I need to introduce myself again. Since we were just referencing this location at Bridge Street and First Avenue, we've been working on for a little while, about a year and a half or so, kind of figuring out how we get our sidewalk width back along Bridge Street between First Avenue and the bridge on Bridge Street. It's a little bit more complicated than we would have thought initially, hence the time that it's taken. But in the photo here on the first slide, we've got the existing conditions. The sheet pile wall, and our intention is to be able to get our sidewalk width back to approximately 12 feet. It varies a little bit throughout the project there. By constructing a CMU wall. CMU is concrete masonry unit block, basically, wall along our right-of-way. This sheet pile wall is currently placed inside of the city's right-of-way by 6 or 8 feet, kind of depending on the location, meaning the sidewalk is, the width it currently is. By removal of this sheet pile and construction of a CMU wall on the property line, on the right-of-way line, that gives us our 12-foot width back from First Avenue all the way over to the bridge on Bridge Street. So it is a far more complicated sidewalk project than most sidewalk projects, but this is kind of the current layout in overhead aerial view. And this kind of highlighted in red here shows you the property line right there. And this is where our sidewalk will actually be when, the project is completed. So the drawing on the right here shows what you're looking at if you're looking at the edge of the wall, meaning this is kind of the edge of the block that you wouldn't see, but you can see some of the highlights in the drawing here. The new sidewalk pretty much goes on top of the wall, and there's a handrail adjacent to it. And existing sheet pile on the right-hand side of the drawing there, and then the right-of-way line on the left-hand side. So you can see that bottom block is located right on the right-of-way line, and that gives us our width we need to construct our sidewalk. So if this project is awarded tonight, construction will begin in likely early December. And work will be completed primarily from within the site, so we won't be impacting, the sidewalk, the First Avenue, Bridge Street, with the exception of mobilization, site deliveries, and the like, which are scheduled to be done primarily at night to avoid impacting, downtown operations generally. And the sidewalk will obviously be temporarily closed with a detour while the project is underway. Project should be substantially complete and reopen by next spring. The key kind of component of that is weather in the spring to pour the concrete. The rest of the work will take the majority of the winter, but we'll most definitely have a window to get that done before the summer rolls around. And this project's being funded by the performance security that the property owner paid the city of Sandpoint when the existing building was kind of removed and the that whole process there. And then the portion of the sidewalk will be funded by the Resort City tax funding we have. So our contract amount is currently just shy of $400,000. The numbers on the screen there on the bottom. And we hope to have as simple and clean of a project as we can in the downtown location, given the challenging site conditions. So the action is before you, and feel free to let me know if you have any questions.
Councilmember, do you have any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, so this CMU wall, is it just sort of a temporary thing so that we can build the sidewalk, or is that robust enough that a building could be built on top of it?
The building would be built next to it. Since the wall is constructed right on the edge, meaning right on the inside of our property line, the city right of way, the building would be on the opposite side of it. So let me go back to this drawing here. If you can see my cursor, this is the right of way line kind of in vertical plane. The building would be over here. And again, the edge of the wall is here, and our right of way is everything to the right of that, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you. And then my other question was, as part of that last agenda item, I reacquainted myself with that downtown revitalization plan, and that plan shows a multi-use path through Farmers Landing, and I think that's a better route for bike traffic than routing them through First between Oak and Church. And I think I've heard support for that from other counselors as well. And so I'm wondering if the construction of this retaining wall will prevent a multi-use path from connecting through Farm and Landing in the future.
I think if you go to the aerial, Eric, you'll see where that terminates. So it
Yeah.
terminates short of that
And
existing ramp.
that's correct, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for not calling that out. The current access to Gunnings Alley will be maintained with ADA improvements that will be going in place, but that access will still remain more or less as is.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then the last issue that I want to bring up, I guess, is that, first off, I think maybe we should put this project on hold until we go through the downtown revitalization public and citizen advisory committee process just because it's so close to that process, and perhaps there is efficiency to be found by combining this with another project, or there might be a different idea that comes up through that process that might change this. And also, I do want to recognize that this is the result of a land swap that traded some very valuable property to a developer, and what the city was getting out of that land swap was this exact work. And they've missed their deadline to perform this work by years. And in fact, we envisioned this as some sort of incentive to redevelop this property, and years later, it still has not been redeveloped at all. In fact, it's still blight, as the mayor put it. So I guess my concern is that we're completing work that a developer had agreed to complete as part of a land swap where we gave them very valuable property. And to quote the contract, it was to be completed at their sole expense, whereas the amount that their deposit is not enough to even cover this project. And this project isn't even the entire retaining wall, right? The entire retaining wall is going to cut across that access point to Gunnings Alley. So I guess my concern is that if we start down this road, it could potentially limit our any action that we could take against that developer in the future for not performing on their contract. And so I guess the outcome that I'm looking for here would be to table this item until we could, number one, get review by the public and the Citizen Advisory Committee through that downtown revitalization. And then number two is explore what action we have, because I feel like once we start building on this property that the developer was supposed to build on, that might take away our future options.
Yeah, Councilman Schreiber, you bring up a lot of good points. I frankly, I won't go back into history, but the land swap was a land swap. The developer, the property owner, did put into our possession, I forget the exact dollar amount, I want to say 180,000 or more for the.
Are you referencing the bond
Yeah.
amount? I believe the amount was approximately 300,000, 280,000.
So we took possession of the story I'm trying to tell is we took possession of that money and said, we'll do the work, basically. And
That's not how the contract reads, just so you know.
That's, and Sarah can correct me, that's what we did, right? Yes, we have the money to do this work. That's what I'm trying to get across. So in my mind, yeah, you bring up good points. Could we find a better, if we delayed it and waited and, the phase 3 design, yeah, all valid points. We've spent money engineering this. The sidewalk is woefully insufficient right now. And in my mind, this gets us at least a functional, safe sidewalk for people to traverse this area. Gets rid of that ugly sheet piling that makes it look like a construction site that's never being worked on. So I think it's a bit of a trade-off. We have invested money in this design. It's a problem that we would like to fix. The phase 3 revitalization, we hope that will move efficiently and quickly. I respect and think those are good points, but at some point, I'd love to get this solved and open up that sidewalk for full width. As for the future access that you mentioned down Gunnings Alley, I hope we can work with the developer and find a preferred solution to that, because I'm not pleased with the solution that's there, basically stairs and cuts off the bike and ped access. So I hope we can work with them. The developer has expressed interest in developing the site. They had some draft plans they shared with planning. The access in that Gunnings Alley kind of got sticky. It gets more complex to the north. So I guess what I'm saying is I appreciate what you're throwing out there, but at some point, I'd love to see the city make that a functional sidewalk. And sort of the question of, is perfection the enemy of good?
Mr. Mayor,
Where's that?
sorry,
Oh.
Polly Ellis, Public Works Director, for the record. I just wanted to clarify, we're potentially going to act on a performance bond from the developer for this work in the amount of $385,000. We are a bit short. We may have to provide from our Resort City sidewalk tax up to $60,000. I think Eric was getting to that in his presentation, but I do want to be clear that the majority of this, the design, the construction, is all acting on that bond. There was also $256,000 that the developer provided for other improvements to Farman's Landing.
Thank you, Holly.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman
a
DeKay.
quick question. Where are the stairs going to be? Can you put your
Well,
cursor or not?
I think the bigger
Or is
question
that
is,
not gonna
how
happen?
could we ever possibly pay for the improvements done at Farman's Landing? I mean, it's a
Okay.
very ambitious project. I don't see any money to do that in the near future.
Okay, so then the US bike Route 10 will still be open through there?
Until the developer chooses to develop the site.
And so that's a network of signed bike routes across the country.
Yeah.
They can do that. They can say you can't.
Well, the agreement, as I understand it, for the swap that took place for my time, provides the developer with additional land to the east of these lots that you see, and with the encumbrance that he provides that access point, which is basically stairs,
So if it wasn't stairs, there could still be a bike.
a ramp, yeah, or a path or
Okay.
something.
All right. I just wondered when the discussion of that would be, because
I think for clarity's sake, and Jason, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I may be mistaken here. My cursor's hiding again.
See it.
This kind of parcel, from where this yellow/orange line is the property line. This parcel that is being circled, maybe, right to the east of there is also under the ownership of the adjacent property owner, meaning Bridge Street LLC.
That was the property that was swapped.
Yep.
Mhm.
If you don't mind. This developer has been in multiple pre-app meetings over the years, most recently about 5 months ago with planning staff. They have another one scheduled right now to come back in with their concept yet again. As you can see, the property to the northeast of the red outlined area is their property. The preliminary site plans they've shown for that property does not include any staircase, pedestrian, or bicycle access to Gunnings Alley. They're providing the required 4-foot easement through their private dining patio, but no improvements providing pedestrian or bicycle access to the alley itself. So just to be aware, the only the conditions of this land swap said a 4 to 16-foot easement for pedestrians and bicycles. They're proposing the minimum 4 foot with no connectivity actually down to the alley.
Thank you, Director Walker.
So there is a pre-app meeting coming up soon for this project. Again, it'll be like the third.
mention that 4 to 16 foot.
Yes, but they've offered a 4-foot easement.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Trevor.
with that knowledge, I guess, if there were a legal path to reverse this land swap for cause of non-performance, I would support pursuing that path.
I think that opens up a big question. I'm not prepared to speak, and I'm sure Zach's not either, on the history of when we took that bond and our communication that we were going to do that work and call that bond, basically. And unpacking a land swap, that's.
Mr. Mayor, I can chime in on that a
Thank
little
you.
bit. I've reviewed the agreement from 2022, and I do think it would be difficult to reverse the land swap for non-performance, largely because from a certain perspective, they did perform. The termination clause in the agreement and the obligations set forth are somewhat contradictory, because the obligations set forth say you must build all of these improvements at your own expense. But then it provides that you can post a cash bond for it, and it assigns a value to those improvements. And to that extent, they did perform because they did post that cash bond, and that's essentially the money that's on the table today. So I think undoing it on those grounds is unlikely. With that said, you can always agree to modify or change a contract, and it's possible that the landowners may agree to that, and that's something that staff can look into if council is genuinely interested in trying to reverse this land swap. But forcing them to do it is frankly unlikely.
Thank you, Zach. You impressed me with your background and knowledge. Way to go. Any other council discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the agreement with Big Sky ID Corporation for Big Street Sidewalk and retaining wall construction.
Mr.
The
Mayor.
agreement 825-3170-2. Councilman Schreiber?
I would make a motion to postpone this item until after the downtown revitalization public engagement.
So a motion to postpone this item until after the downtown revitalization phase 3 engagement. Is there a second?
Second, primarily because we don't know what that's going to look like if we don't have access through the alley.
Okay, just for clarification, the revitalization doesn't include any farm and landing work, but yeah, I'm with you there. There's a motion and a second to postpone this until the phase 3 revitalization public outreach and engagement process is completed. Or design is more solidified.
Yeah, I think that's what it makes.
It's still second.
This will be a roll call vote. Any discussion on that? I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Council President.
I would be concerned and ask questions of staff if, because of inflationary reasons and the money we've already invested in this, if in the long run, this is going to eventually cost us more.
Counselor, I would suspect yes, and I say that based on, in my experience in construction, I've never seen costs go down. I've seen temporary blips or temporary, kind of straight lines, but they're almost always on an upward trend as opposed to a downward trend. With that said, I can't foresee the future, so.
So my second question would be, how much of the phase 3 design is really going to affect Bridge Street? My understanding is that that's all First Avenue. Granted, the corner of this project sticks into First Avenue, but maybe that's a Holly question. Jason?
There's likely intersection improvements that, depending on the intersection, could kind of address this location, but I'd say the potential for let's call it a major overhaul of what the scope of this project is would be pretty unlikely. The intersection improvements would be looked at from multiple perspectives, but multimodal, so cars, vehicles, bicyclists, etc. But we're mostly talking about perhaps restricting left turns from Bridge Street to First Avenue, and looking at more or less traffic flow and the like, more than we are enlarging the intersection, for example, where it would affect this project, if that makes sense.
Okay. And just to clarify, this does not affect Gunnings Alley at this point. The only thing that affects Gunnings Alley is when that developer decides to develop, correct?
This project does not affect Gunnings Alley more than by improving ADA access.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond that it's very likely that we'll have efficiency with equipment already mobilized during the downtown revitalization, as well as we just heard that there is a possible application which would require that developer to build their own retaining wall, in which case we might not ever have to build that retaining wall.
Mr. Mayor,
Council President, Councilwoman Duquette.
don't do that to me. What does it do to the contract award with Big Sky?
I believe, and Cheryl, feel free to correct me, I believe once we've bid a project, we have either 60 or 90 days to award. So if we don't award within that time period, we would have to rebid the project. For tonight's purposes, we would basically be at a holding pattern and award of this contract until council chose to take it up later or again.
I'd also bring to council attention, the process for bidding for a project is not insignificant, and we always have to be aware of, once we've solicited bids, the potential impression people have of the city. Are we just chasing ghosts, or are we actually meaning it? And that could have an impact on future bidders on projects.
To Cheryl Hughes, Central Services Director, just to kind of tag on to what Eric said, we have 90 days to basically cancel the solicitation if we don't award. And there is a cost to the significant efforts that went into the solicitation. And it is also an image thing, and does not go well with the contractors if this happens.
And as a, sorry, Cheryl, and as a follow-up, the contractors obviously build their schedules. Of course, winter and Sandpoint is when they're least busy. But the contractor could say if the project was not awarded until January 15th, for example, they could say, we don't have time to do the project now, and pull their bid, more or less. And we would be rebidding the project.
And the site conditions, I remember, were significant in terms of the wetness, time of the year, the soils. That's why they were trying to do this before the spring melt.
That's correct.
Recall, yeah. So yeah, Councilman Schreiber, I appreciate all your comments there. Great comments and good thoughts. I think it's just a question for the council on whether or not we want to delay, or do we want to fix a inadequate sidewalk and make the best we can at this time, pedestrian access around First into Bridge, and get rid of that ugly sheet piling.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Spiro?
Councilman Schreiber, after all that information, do you still feel comfortable with your motion?
I do.
All right, any more discussion? There's a motion to delay or pause this until engagement with the public on Phase 3, First Ave downtown design. Roll call vote?
Counselor Howard,
No.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
No.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
No.
Counselor Rule,
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the agreement with Big Sky Idaho Contract Corporation for Bridge Street Sidewalk and Retaining Wall Construction Contract City Agreement 825-3170-2.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dick, second by Howarth. This will be, any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Welker, I think, might have something to add that's of.
We have a pre-app meeting pending with this developer. Planning staff would very much appreciate the opportunity to discuss with this developer the potential win-win of reversing the land swap, because we believe that this development is actually infeasible, and so is development along all of this block without this access to Gunnings Alley. You might be aware that there's no access from the north end of Gunnings Alley. We do not own right-of-way. It will no longer be an alley if we permanently close that off with the development. We believe that this developer might be open to the idea of reversing the land swap, because this developer does not have access to parking without access to Gunnings Alley. So their very plan is infeasible, and that's why they have not pulled building permits and moved forward with that development. Because they discovered in recent pre-application meetings that there's no access from the north. And 5 years ago, we had an adopted master plan, as we do at City Beach, that envisioned $15 to $20 million of improvements to Gunnings Alley that would have provided access from the north. We do not have the local option tax funding to finance that plan. There is no access to Gunnings Alley if this building gets built. And in honesty, this building will not get built if there's not access to Gunnings Alley. So the land swap, we believe, is in the best interest of the developer and the city. And planning staff would very much appreciate the opportunity to discuss that in the next couple of weeks with this developer one more time. And if we build this retaining wall now, it will permanently close access to Gunnings Alley, and we will have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of city money that might very well need to be undone in the future. And I don't believe it's going to stimulate the development on this empty lot that we're hoping it does, because the development's not feasible with access to Gunnings Alley. So that's an honest take from the planning department. This is something Bill and I have been working on for months. And we very much would like, they came in yesterday to request a new pre-application meeting. So just to give us the chance to have this conversation with the developer, you could be back in 2 weeks and approve this. But if we don't give this one more shot, I believe it's going to handicap development from Bridge Street to the Canada for years to come. Sorry, being honest, this is a big deal. And that's the planning department's position. I know Bill would agree with me if you.
Director Welker, just to clarify a couple of things, you said no access. You meant no vehicular access.
Correct.
Yeah, there's pedestrian access.
It will cease to be an alley permanently if this continues in this direction.
But to the north.
Pedestrian, sure.
Yeah,
But we
coming
don't
from the
own,
north,
we
yeah.
don't own access to Gunnings Alley from the north. We
Correct.
used to own access from the south. And I believe that this property owner could be convinced that the best outcome for all parties is to return that access to us because it provides access to every property between here and the Canada.
And I don't disagree with that, Director Welker. My other clarification, you said hundreds of thousands of city dollars, but these are developer dollars.
They've been our dollars since this cash bond was given to us 5 years ago. This is not a bond. This is cash in our account. So it is our money. And if the land swap were reversed, it would no longer be our money. We'd have to buy it back from the developer as part of the deal. So yeah, that's correct. It's our money only so far as we spend it on this project.
And is it,
Correct.
it's encumbered?
Correct, for this project, yes. So I
Just
not
clarification.
other money, this is just money for this project, but
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
that's all I'm saying. And 90 days, we don't need 90 days. We need like 9 days until we have a chance to meet with
Mr.
these
Mayor.
developers.
Just for my education, because I wasn't here when the land swap happened. So if they were willing to do it, they would then take possession of the property. Well, they would go to the current pile sheets. Is that?
Correct, but we have something like a 60 or 70
Eric,
foot
can you
right
pull
of
up
way here.
GIS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
County units?
There's plenty of room to expand the sidewalk into what's currently a vehicle lane,
Yes.
in my opinion.
So
I mean,
entering near the Canada is not public right of way.
property line of what is currently the 0 Point Gem Store goes to about 6 feet from our ADA ramp down to the non-motorized boat launch. There's no room for a vehicle to turn into Gunnings Alley there.
Okay.
The land swap was done 5-6 years ago, predicated on the assumption that the city would have millions of local option tax dollars to improve Farmers Landing and buy some of that land or tear out what's currently our ADA ramp down to the non-motorized boat launch and build, as you recall from our parks plan, this huge, concrete patio out into Sand Creek with a fire lane and everything down there. And in fact, the developer, the owner of this hole in the ground has said repeatedly that the reason they can't do this project is because there's no access to Gunnings Alley from the north.
And
So our proposal is, well, let's restore access from the south, and then every property owner there could provide access to rear entry parking when those lots are future redeveloped.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarity, Jason, have you talked to the developer about this before previously? I think 5 months ago, we had this discussion.
Yes, correct.
And did it go anywhere?
No, but they just ghosted us again after that conversation.
So if council wants to put this on hold, perhaps consider putting some type of a time frame, maybe 2 weeks, if we're going to have this discussion yet again. Because it's been years that we've had this hole in the ground, and this is our opportunity to get our right of way back.
Mr. Mayor.
Just half a second. Can you
Yeah.
zoom out a little bit, Eric, so we can see that north part of Gunnings Alley, just so the council has a full understanding of where our property is and what that access is. There we go. So if you move your cursor just to the right, that we own. And then, of course, we have the street. So the challenge here is that you can't drive a vehicle under the fish bridge and then down where all those cars are parked. That would require either moving the parking to the east more or buying some land from 0 Point. But Councilman Spiro.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. What I heard used to be Counselor, Mr. Welker say is that there could be some communications to move forward with the possible land swap, as Councilor Schreiber was talking about, if we could ever do that. So it might be a win-win where we don't want to put the city in a situation where we lose money or whatever the case may be. So it doesn't seem that it'd be any harm in waiting a couple of weeks on hold to have that conversation to see if we can get there. And if not, then we proceed. Does that seem like a win-win for maybe everybody, us, the developer,
Yeah, Councilman
So-
Spiro, I think what you're talking about is a reversal of the land swap.
Correct, I'm sorry.
And my opinion is, yeah, 2 weeks probably won't kill the bid. Holly, correct me if I'm wrong. So if that conversation could happen in the next 2
Mr.
weeks.
Mayor, can I withdraw my motion and make
Just
a
withdraw.
new motion to table the proposed resolution agreement with Big Sky Idaho Corporation for Bridge Street Sidewalk and Retaining Wall Construction Contract City Agreement A25-3170-2 for a period of 2 weeks until the planning department can have another pre-application meeting with the owners adjacent to the sidewalk.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Tie, it goes to the lady. We'll second that. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Trevor.
would council be open to amending that to our December 3rd meeting?
Can you clarify just what that does, Councilman Trevor?
It gives more time. And to be honest, that's a compromise because I still believe that, I mean, we just approved a grant based off of blight. This is the blight that we're using. We should be considering this as part of the revitalization. So my preference would be until the revitalization outreach is done, I'm willing to compromise and go with December 3rd.
I'd be willing to make that adjustment instead of 2 weeks till December 3rd, assuming that doesn't screw up anything else with the bid process.
Yeah.
Mr. It
Go ahead.
potentially could. We have a potential start date of December 2nd. The contractor may take no issue with that. They might also come back with a change order. So there just is a potential risk if we did move forward with that contract.
Holly or Eric, how much have we spent on engineering of this roughly? Eric, do you recall?
I apologize. Can you repeat that?
Roughly how much have we spent on the engineering of this wall at this point?
If I recall, about 60,000 to this point, and I think we're contracted with Welch Comer for another 20 for construction services, give or take.
So we're already 80,000 into this design, just letting you know.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
So could somebody ask, what was my question? Yeah. I had a question for you guys to ask the partner.
Property owner.
Whoever you're doing this with. Welch Comer, is that the
Engineering.
engineering? Can you ask them, what was the timing difference? You said.
2 weeks.
Holly,
2 weeks.
You were the one that said.
Or a month.
I just requested to put some type of a time frame on it because we've had these conversations for some time.
Well, can we put it for 2 weeks? Can
And
we put it 2
ask-
weeks and then have the conversation with Big Sky to see
Big Sky.
where
that's
we're
what I
at?
was thinking of. Thank
I
you.
mean, with that.
That's what I'm wondering. Can we
Gives
ask
planning the
them?
time, and it gives you guys the time to go back to Big Sky. If we can't do it, we'll still get it back in 2 weeks,
Yes.
right?
that's what I-
If it's gonna cost us a big chunk of change. If for some reason they're open to waiting a day or two for construction, I'm sure it's probably not gonna be a day or two, but
I think we'll know relatively quickly whether the property owner has interest in this. I think it should be a pretty quick, I mean, it's either going to be cold, hot, or lukewarm, which should be able to give us some
I was wondering
information.
if we could just
in 2
ask a
weeks.
question.
Mr. Mayor.
I mean,
Just a moment here. Councilman Spiro?
And I think even if we have to eat that money as hard as that is, I think the community would appreciate that opportunity and for that access, especially if the developer is willing to do that. That's my 2 cents.
Okay.
I mean, you heard tonight, the community's not always about the money. They're willing to lose something to gain something bigger.
Counselors, if I may, just a point of clarity, and this is kind of separate from the discussion you're having. We do have a window here, construction purposes, we have a window. Waiting 2 weeks is probably not going to close that window. The further we push it out, the more likely this project doesn't get done this winter, realistically. If we have a hard winter set in snow-wise, just as so everyone's kind of aware, we may not have a window if we get a whole bunch of snow and et cetera, just we could be in a situation where if this project is awarded and moves forward, we may not be able to either get Big Sky for the window when we do have it in the spring, or have this project constructed without interrupting the summer season.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call for the vote of the motion.
There's a call for the, the motion is to pause this until our next, 2 weeks, our next council meeting.
And that 80,000 would not be a loss in 2 weeks.
No.
No, we would still potentially move forward in 2 weeks if the conversation with the developer is positive or negative. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Howard.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council. Okay, we need to do one more thing, which is jump back to Councilman Howard had pulled item 6 off the consent calendar. Proposed resolution approving change order number 7 to SCADA upgrade project contract with B&E Electric, City Agreement 824-3400-1.
Thank you,
Councilman
Mr.
Howard?
Mayor, and I will keep this quick since it's getting very late. Given that this is change order number 7, and in the notes that we saw from Cheryl, there is potentially new scope evolving as we uncover more and more. I would encourage this council at our next meeting to have a deeper dive of the overall scope and the challenges of this. Because this feels like a project that is just continuing to suck more and more dollars. And I think we need to all have visibility of what those challenges are and potentially limit the scope so that we don't continue to just put money down this project. But for the purposes of this, yes, I would approve the change order, but with the expectation that we come back 2 weeks or 4 weeks and get an update on the overall scope of the project and the challenges that you're facing to finish the whole project.
All right, is that a motion to approve?
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion by Howard, second by Dick. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. And if I haven't missed anything, and excuse me if I have, this has been an interesting one. For the final item on the agenda, I'd entertain a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-206-1B and F. Consider evaluation, dismissal, or discipline, or to hear complaints, charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, and to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss legal ramifications and legal options of pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated but imminently likely to be litigated as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 Idaho Code.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Schreiber, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
No. We'll go home.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro, Counselor Howard.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
At this time, I would ask everyone not participating in the session to please exit the room, and the meeting recording will now end. Good night, and thank you, everyone. Wayne and I forget his name, and Jack for attending our meeting tonight.
See you guys.